Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Northwest Women's Pool Association Tour Stop number 2, the Martha Hartsell Memorial Tournament. I am Ann Bounds. I am flying solo this morning, and gotta get all my stuff together here. We're coming to you live from the Cue Ball in Salem, Oregon. If I could spell, life would be grand. Our first match for you this morning is Stephanie Hefner versus Rebecca Slider. Stephanie is from Portland, and it looks like Stephanie took the first game. And she is playing Rebecca Slider. Rebecca is from Forest Grove, Oregon. This is a race to 7. Okay, and let me see if I can get, let's show you, while Stephanie's racking, let's show you a little bit of this room. This is a great pool room in Salem, Oregon. If you have a bucket list of pool rooms to visit, this is the room that you need to visit. It is a great room, great Brunswick tables, a great owner that has been supporting pool forever. This room has been here since, I believe it's 1969. And owned by the same guy that whole time. These are Brunswick Centennial tables in this room. And as soon as I can, I'm going to be getting chat room up and some other things. Hello, Chris Robbins. I am really trying to get my ducks in a row here, and then I will focus in on what's going on with the match. So, most of the tables in this room have tablets on them for live scoring. I am going to try to keep track of the other scorers here in this main room. As best I can. I might have to I might have to backtrack, and I'm going to apologize for that ahead of time. It just it's just one of those things. We don't quite have enough tablets to cover everything that we want to cover, and we will do the best we can with catching up. So this is the Martha Hartsell Memorial Tournament. Martha Hartsell was one of the founding members of the NWPA. She passed away a few years ago, and Salem was her hometown, so we decided to make this Salem tour stop the memorial tournament in her honor. And I never had the opportunity to meet Martha, but from everything I've heard, she is one of the great ladies of pool. Okay, it looks like Stephanie is now up. 2-0 over Rebecca. And for right now, I just have one chat room, and that is the YouTube chat room. So if you are listening and you're saying something in the Ustream chat room, I can't seem to bring that up at the moment. So just slide over to YouTube and search Rail2Rail TV, and you will be able to see the see me chatting, and you'll be able to chat with the other folks. According to our friend Ramil, the emoji icons are much better in YouTube. All right, so Rebecca had ball in hand there, and she did get herself down to the one ball, but not in a great position. For the 2. Oh, Eugene. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought somebody had said years ago that Salem was her hometown, but Salem, Eugene, they're kind of the same, right? Just kidding. I'm well aware that they're not. All right, so Stephanie's at the table, and she's gonna cut the 3 in. Ooh, these pockets will rattle. I was practicing on these tables with Adrienne a little bit yesterday, and we're actually playing on the table just to the left of our stream table here, and I noticed that when I tried to come off a rail to come back up table, the ball really sort of skidded and died pretty quickly. And these pockets are very generous, but they will pop out on you. So they're generous pockets, but hard to play on, if that makes any sense. We had, if I remember correctly, we ended up with 36 paid entries. Not everybody showed up, so we had to have one person not show up. So this is the largest turnout that we've had on the NWPA for a long time. And so what that means is the cue ball has added $750 to the tournament. So we want to thank the cue ball for that. I think that's right. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm trying to talk softly because we are very close to the girls, and I try not to disturb them here. So Stephanie put herself in a tough spot on the 4 ball, tried to come 2 rails into it, ended up giving up ball in hand. The other thing that did there was that broke up the 8 and the 9 a little bit. It kind of opened up the table a little bit for Rebecca. It looks like from where I am and from the monitor that 9 ball will go into the side pocket. So I would take the 4 in this lower corner by the Bad Boys logo and just try to hold the cue ball there to take the 5 in the far corner or even up table just so that I can go more for the 6. Yeah, I like this. She's actually, what she's doing is she's giving herself enough angle here that she's going to come down to the bottom rail and out from behind the 8 ball. And I think she might be trying the 5-9 combo. Nope, she just, see, that's what I mean. Did you see that? How that just kind of died? So, yeah. That's what I was talking about. Thank you, Chris, for responding. Refinator, did you ever make it back in the chat room? Alright, so Rebecca ended up on the rail with, almost on the rail with the cue ball, and a bit of a squirrely shot on the 6 ball. She could still back cut this into the corner pocket, or she could try to front cut it into the other corner pocket, and she opted for the front cut. And that's going to sit up for Stephanie. So this is just putting a little top on this and rolling down for the 8 ball. I'm sorry, for the 7 ball. She does want a little bit of angle, so she has to get back up for the 8 ball. Yeah, that's good. That's good. And then she can either do one of two things. She can just try to spin this up the rail, or she can come off the rail and come back out in the middle of the table. Yeah, just like that. Just like that. Very nice. And, ooh, she got a little flat on that 9 ball. That took off on her a little bit. So now she's going to have to go to plan B for that 9 ball. I think she's too flat on it to bank it into the side pocket. All right, well, Rebecca was able to make that 9 ball, so that is now 2-1. Stephanie Hefner up over Rebecca Slider. This is our race to 7s on the A side. I did not hear, I was running around trying to get a bunch of stuff put together, so I did not hear what they decided for the B side. With the number of tables and the number of girls, there was some discussion about races. A couple of options that I heard was 7 and 6, A side, B side. I also heard 6 and 5. I also heard 7 and 5, and I'm not entirely sure what they ended up deciding to do for the races today. But oops, I hope I didn't screw up Jordan. I didn't realize she was shooting toward me. There's a table directly to my left, and I did not realize that the player was shooting in my direction, and of course I stood up like a dork. Yikes. Alright, so Rebecca's got a little bit of a sticky wicket here with this 1 ball. She might be able to come off the 1, and sorry, my phone just doesn't want to mute itself. There we go. I think she was trying to squirt in that 3 ball, but I'm not entirely sure. Chris, have you ever played here at the cue ball? I used to live in Salem, and this is actually where I bought my first real playing cue. It was a Schmelke. I still have that cue. I don't play with it anymore because Ernie Amori, who is also one of our stream sponsors, has donated. He gave me one of his cues to play with in exchange for promoting him on our stream. So I now play with my Ernie Amori cue, and I just I break with my Schmelke cue, but I've had that cue. Let's see. I moved to Salem. I moved to Oregon in 1985. And I think I might have bought that cue late 80s, early 90s, like 88, 89, something like that. And I've had it ever since. I love it. It's a great cue. But I'll tell you what, if you are looking for a cue that plays real sweet, and you're looking to, a gorgeous cue that plays great. It's not just there for looks. I would check out an Ernie Amori cue. I love this room. It's got a great feel to it. You, I think one of the things that I enjoyed about this room when I was living in Salem was a lot of times when women are playing pool and there are men around, the men are just overbearing, trying to say, "Well, you need to do this, and I can show you how to do this." Blah 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 blah. But the guys that play here in at the cue ball, they don't just they're not belligerent about offering you help. They're old guys. There's a lot of guys in here that play. They have a 3 cushion table in here. So there's a lot of really old time guys in here that they will offer suggestions, but it's not like I can help you with that. It's like it's just a different feel, and I think it's because of the atmosphere of this room, and the way this room is, the way Jim is, that it's just not that icky feeling that you get with some guys in some pool rooms. I think I remember that, Chris. That's also when I was really new to the competitive pool like this. For those of you that can't see the YouTube chat room, Chris says that she played in the very first Martha Hartsell, and she was playing Janum on tour for the hot seat, and had to tell us to stop moving because she was shooting toward us. And that was back in the day when I was very new to competitive pool, and I didn't really know how to do certain things and what some etiquette things were. And if you were to be on our stream now, Chris, I think you would find it much better. I've gotten much better about that kind of stuff. But yeah, it is a hard room to stream in. We are at the very back of the room. We are, that big mural with the flowers and the flour mill on it at the very back of the room. We are on the table in the right hand corner, and we're streaming the table in the left hand corner. So, yeah. Yeah, I was very new. I was very, very new. I really just knew nothing. I will say that doing this job has actually helped my pool game a lot. All right, Stephanie makes that 9 ball. She goes up 3-1. I'm going to take a little minute here. Let's, again, take a look at the rest of the room so that while Rebecca is racking. There we go. So this is some of the players. You see Michelle Hughes there in the white top. She is playing Dora Cornell. This is Dora's very, very first NWPA tournament. She plays on our APA 9-ball team on Tuesday nights. And then we have Kim Jones is playing another new girl. Next table down is Terry Klasik from Forest Grove and Julie Valdez, the president of the NWPA. Then the next table down, which you can just see the corner of that the cue ball rolled into, that's Miriam Poole and Claudia Hoyt. We also have Patricia Tipton playing Jordan Oakes. Liz Cole is playing Cynthia Cohen. And Aileen Epperly is playing Alicia Kay from Spokane. So, all right, so we had the break. I've got all the scores here in the main table, main room updated, except for Alicia Kay and Elaine Everly. And when Patricia Tipton makes this 9-ball shot here on the other table, I will try to update their score because I have to stand up to see it. I'm not going to be able to see it. They're just too far off. All right, so Rebecca Slider is going to take the 2 on the side. She's going to float down table for the 3 on the other side. She either has to get all the way up table or draw this back into the middle of the table, middle to the left of the table for the 4-ball. And she decided to play the rail. I'm not sure that she got the right angle. Well, actually, she can come off the side rail and into the 4 and probably still make that and then come out from behind the 8. For the 5, she kind of wants to hold it there a little bit. And these tables, at least the way I was playing on them yesterday, they will let you do that. Okay, so she put a lot of draw on that and stayed down table. That's good. So rules for this tournament is three foul rule is in effect. It's cue ball fouls only, and rack for your opponent, alternating break. Each player is allowed a 1 5-minute break per game, and yeah, that's standard rules for this tournament. All right, so Rebecca's got the 7 in the side, 6 in the side to get on the 7, and she overcut that a little bit. Stephanie is not in the best of shooting position to get up on that 6-ball. I think she can bridge around the 9-ball. I don't think she has to bridge up. Yeah, she doesn't have to jack up over it. So it's just a matter of making the 6. There we go. Now she's got to get a long shot on the 8 is not bad as long as she has the right angle. So we'll see how she does this year. That's perfect. Well, these guys are doing way much better on those kind of shots than I was last night. Of course, I was playing with a house cue, so that's my excuse. That's what I was doing yesterday. Trying to come off the rail like that, and it was just dying. All right, and Stephanie makes the 9-ball, so Stephanie goes up 4-1 on a race to 7. Again, if you're interested in brackets, we are using Score Saloon, like I said, and as I can update those matches, either the matches in the back room are all on tablets. It's just the ones here in the main room, and I am able to keep track of those. So, if you want the most up-to-date brackets, go to www.scoresaloon.com, and you can find those brackets there. As well as all the match scores. If you have not ever established a username and password for Score Saloon, it's pretty easy to do, and you can just do that, and then you'll be able to see all the scores of all the matches. You'll be able to view the brackets, and then you can keep up to date. Chris updates the brackets on the NWPA website as best as he can, so that's always a little bit behind the Score Saloon one. So as I said, I'm trying to do the best I can to keep up on all of the matches here. So I can guarantee you it will be more up to date than what Chris is doing, because he has a lot to do to get this keep this tournament moving. And with 36 girls, he has his work cut out for me and Ford both. So yeah. All right, so it looks like Rebecca has taken her break. So that is going to give me an opportunity to talk about one of my favorite people on the planet. And that is our stream sponsor, Julie Lang at the Cascade Team. If you are looking for a bigger house for your pool table or a bigger pool table for your house, Julie's the babe to help you out. She is one of the hardest working people I know in real estate, and she is a pool player. So if you want to keep it in the family, this will help you out with that as well. Give her a call, 425-205-1770. If you're looking to sell your house, Cascade Team has a 1% listing fee, which will save you thousands and thousands of dollars when you are trying to sell your house. So, all right, so let's see here. Let me get back to the main table. I'm going to take a minute here and run through the scores that I can see in the room and do some updating. All right, I've taken a jerky break. Stephanie Hefner offered me some jerky, and you really can't say no to jerky. So, Chris, how are the kitties? How are Harley and Scooter? I love some of those pictures you post on Facebook about those kids. All right, so Rebecca's back. It is her break. These girls can practice if they want to. When their opponent is on their break, there's no rule against that. All right, Rebecca looks like she came up dry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, she made something. I didn't hear anything drop. So she's got a decent shot on the 1 ball. I think that's the 2 ball that's over by the side pocket and above the 3. The 8 ball's in the middle of the table, so she's going to have to do a little work to get on that 2 ball, I think. This isn't going to be... Yeah, I think that'll work. She's going to end up coming below the 3 ball, and I think having to take the 3 ball at table, which probably isn't a bad thing because of where the 4 is. But I'm not sure that she can see enough of that 2. She has to back cut it into that side pocket, so she's going to have to put some throw on it. Glad to hear you're fine, Bob. But, you know, priorities, right? The fur babies are the priorities. So, you know, husbands end up being chopped liver most of the time. Love you, mean it, Bob. She posts so many pictures of Harley and Scooter, I kind of forget you're there. That Well, the 3-7 combo is really the only thing that that Rebecca has here. And I think she got enough bump there. It looks like there's about an inch, maybe 2 inches between the 3 and the Q, and I think the Q is a little bit off angle. So I think she might be okay there. Oh, that's surprising. Kim Jones is playing a brand new player that, well, she's brand new to the NWPA, Becky Silva Smith, and Becky's up 3-1 over Kim. So, interesting. Alright, so Stephanie runs into the 9 ball. She's got a tough cut on the 6-up table. Alright, so Rebecca's got the 6 in the pocket. Well, good. I look forward to the cute Bob pick. How much you want to bet, Bob, that Scooter and Harley are in the pick somewhere, too? Totally wouldn't put it past me with her. That's hilarious. We do want to encourage you guys to chat with us in the chat room. It always makes the experience, at least for me, that much better. You know, because I'm the only one that we care about. Oops, and I forgot to put the score graphics back up. And there. And I do apologize for really kind of cutting off the players' heads here. We are very, very tight quarters here, and it's really hard to get a good camera angle and get everything in the picture. So unfortunately, it does kind of cut off the players' heads just a tad. But they would probably say yay, because none of them like being on the stream. Okay, so Rebecca Slider is going to try to cut the 9 ball. She asked herself with a long, long shot. And these are 9-foot tables. They don't look it, I'm sure, but they are. Okay, looks like Liz has gone up 3-2. And Stephanie nails that 9 ball, so Stephanie Hefner goes up 5-1 over Rebecca Slider. Again, this is a race to 7 on the A side. And Stephanie Hefner with the break. Stephanie usually has a pretty good break. I'm not. She just came down this morning, so she hasn't played on these tables at all today, except for some warm-ups before the tournament started. They really do a very good job of upkeep on the tables here in this room. It is just such a sweet room. All right, so the pickle for Miss Hefner is not a really good shot on the one, so she has opted for a push out, and she tried to leave Rebecca the same kind of nasty shot that she had, and see if Rebecca wants to take that. All right, so these girls are going to play some safes back and forth here. Stephanie is a very good safety player. One of the fun things about Stephanie is she says that any day playing pool is a good day. You know, she just it's her happy place. Playing pool is Stephanie's happy place. She came to us from the Sacramento Women's Tour. So if you are unfamiliar with what the NWPA is, the NWPA is a regional tour that is sanctioned by the North American Pool Tour. And what these girls are playing for is invitations to play on the the NAPT. So so the NAPT is the I guess probably the best way to describe them is they're a rival of the WPBA. It is several like 10 or 11 tours that broke off from the WPBA and formed the NAPT, and what they are trying to create a lot more opportunities for the girls to play than what the WPBA was, and so the NAPT, it has a couple of stops coming up. If you're interested in looking at that, that is www.playnapt.com. And so, based on the girls' points, the girls earn points by where they finish in any particular NWPA stop. And so, based on their standings, is the order in which they get invitations to some of the NAPT tournaments. And they're also playing for the tour champion, also receives automatic invites to the tour championship that the NAPT holds in January. So So it's really like these regional tours are the farm system for the pros. Well, Rebecca makes the one, but she doesn't really leave herself anything on the two. She rolled a little bit far. I think she was trying, yeah, right where she's waving her hand. That was the magic spot she wanted to be in. So she's going to have to come off. She's going to have to play it safe here. I'm not sure if she can see the backside of the two. I think she has to come off the rail, and that's what she's looking at, is coming off the rail here into the two. Trying to get lucky here, I think. And Stephanie can see that. I think Stephanie can either cut that two ball in the side, or she can run it up table. She might want to run it up table so she can hold the cue ball here for the four. Yep, perfect. Perfect shot. Back on the four is good because she's got to get up table for the six, which is up there just below the eight ball. About almost two diamonds down from the head rail. Oh, don't scratch. That was a bad angle. She had a tough angle there. Nice shot by Rebecca. Get over, get over, get over, get over. There we go. Maybe not exactly what she wanted, but something she can live with because she's still at the table for one, and it's a makeable shot. I mean, it's a tough shot. Don't get me wrong. A lot of players hit this way too thin. They hit this Weight Watchers thin, and it's easy to do, but it's also a makeable shot. So that's she's in a position where she can try to get something done here. Yeah, just oh, nope. She's not gonna get the drop. She's gonna hang it up there. This is not easy for Stephanie either, because Stephanie has to make sure that she can get back down table for this 9-ball, and that is a long way to go, peeps. Gotta see that the cue ball just dies up there when you're coming off those rails. Wow. That is just crazy how that dies. Undercut that a little bit, and that's going to hit the point of the pocket and sit up in the side pocket for Rebecca. Rebecca just has to bear down and make this ball on the side, and then she would close the gap between her and Miss Hefner, aka Mrs. Mr. Hefgas. If you guys are wondering where the crazy little Pinoy is, he is playing in a Scotch doubles qualifier back up in Seattle, so that's why the little Pinoy is not here. All right, so Rebecca gets a second game, and while she's racking, there we go. Okay. All right, here we go. Stephanie Hefner is up 5-2 over Rebecca Slider. It's Rebecca's break. It is easier to come back from a big deficit when you're talking alternating breaks versus winner breaks. Be that as it may, Rebecca is in a big hole here because she is running out of opportunities. She has to hold serve here to try to make it 5-3, and then she has to try to break Stephanie's serve to make it 5-4. So, and then she has to hold serve to tie it up. So that's 3 tough games in a row that she has to win just to try to get it even. So that's I'm not saying Rebecca can't do it. Rebecca is a very talented player, but so it's just the nature of the beast that it is hard to come back from a big deficit in alternating break format because you give up control of the table after every rack. So she can win this game, hold serve, win this game, but then Stephanie has control of the table right off the bat in the next game, and she has the chance to control her own destiny there. So it's kind of it just makes it hard. if this was winter break format, you know, Rebecca wins this last game, she wins this game, then she's got a bit of a run on. My apologies, I had to cough. So we have Rebecca here in a tough spot, and Stephanie back at the table with some control. She made a combination, but she has a real squirrely look at this 3-ball. Makes a good hit and tucks the 3-ball behind the 8 and the cue ball behind the 6. I think that made it a little tough for her. So some scores from okay, they don't have a tablet, that's why. I think the score between AK and Elaine Eberly is 3-1 ish. I can't really see their score graphic. And then we have Patricia Tipton is up 5-2 over Jordan Oakes. Miriam Poole is up 4-1 over Claudia Hoyt. Michelle Hughes is up 4-1 over Dora Cornell. Kim Jones is trailing Becky Silva Smith 2-3. Terry Klasick is trailing Judy Valdez 2-3. Kathy Stanley is up over Suzanne Smith 4-1. Kendra Marcollier is up over Kira North 5-1. Adrienne Beach is up over Bernadette Poole 5-0. Fran Johnson is up 2-1 over Joyce Robinson. Liz Cole and Cynthia Cohen. Cynthia Cohen is up 4-3 over Liz. Natasha Hook is up 5-2 over Rachel Keller. Val Franiel is up 4-1 over Sharon Bledsoe, and we are obviously 5-2 here between Stephanie and Rebecca. And then I don't have a score between Sheila Clark and Kimber Sexton because they either don't have a tablet on their table or they haven't started yet. So that gets you guys up to date on all the scores. Again, you can follow all of these scores at www.scoresaloon.com. There's also brackets there. If you just have to create a username and log in if you haven't done that, and then you can see all that stuff. All right, so the girls are batting around the 3-ball. The 4-ball is over on the right side of the table, below the 6 and the 8. So Stephanie was, I think, trying to tuck that cue ball in there and ended up running into the 5. Oops, wrong person. I love Score Saloon. It is so easy to correct your mistakes. Good morning, Raffinator. I'm sorry you had a black screen first off this morning. We had a lot of ducks and we had to get in a row, and I was running a little bit behind this morning. Oh, and Rebecca scratches. So this is giving Stephanie ball in hand. The 4-ball is in a really squirrely spot. There is not enough room between the 8 and the 5 for her to sneak the cue ball through there. So she has to hit this 3-ball with a lot of muscle and a lot of follow to get that cue ball down to where she can at least see the 4-ball. She got the 3-ball to go, and I think she might have come up just a touch short. Just a touch. Nope, she could see the 4, and she's going to play a great save here. Look at that, unless she makes the 4. Nope, that's another great save by Steph. So Rebecca's going to try to jump. And again, I apologize for the limited camera angles. It's just kind of tough. In this, there's not a lot of space here between these tables. As you can see when I switch cameras to the other angle, that there's not a lot of space between these tables, and we are stuck back in the corner. So it does make it a little bit hard to maneuver everything around. Alright, so Stephanie has the 5 in the side, rolls up for the 6. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oof. Cue ball's getting away here a little bit. That's good, that works. Uh-oh. Nope, okay, good. For a second there, I thought she didn't give that enough oomph. That's why I was like, uh-oh. Alright, so Stephanie Hefner gets herself on the hill. She is up 6-2 over Rebecca Slider. We're going to take a quick little commercial break. We'll be back in just a second. Live streaming, it's great. It's everywhere. But your friend is playing and you can't see the score. Enter Score Saloon, your door to the score. With Score Saloon, you can see the scores as they happen. Know instantly when a match is finished and who won. Go to scoresaloon.com to register for your free membership. Score Saloon, your door to the score. And we're back. Stephanie broke. 2, 4, 6. Made 2 balls on the break. And Stephanie, that 3 ball does not go by the 9. I'm reasonably certain of that. So she either has to, play the funky carom and maybe get a little lucky on the 9 ball. Oh, got it up table. That's the way to go. Oh, updates installed. Okay. Yeah, we hate updates. Julie has this great riff on updates that just... She was cracking Adrian and I up one night at League with her riff about, oh, so you want to update this, and well, now we need to update this, and then this needs to be square. You're a little squirrely. It was just hilarious. It was just hilarious. Had us in stitches. Julie is a very, very funny woman. Which is one of the reasons why I like her, because I like funny people. Okay, let me get this stuff back in place so you can see what's going on here. 6-2, Stephanie Hefner up over Rebecca Slider. Race to 7. Nice! Mini Refinator is a lefty. That's my kind of guy. I'll start buying him left-handed things. It's much safer for left-handed people to use left-handed things than it is for left-handed people to use right-handed things, because many left-handed people die using right-handed people's things. every year. I used to know the statistics on that, but I haven't paid attention to it lately. But, you know, yeah, you have to look for left-handed things for them. Stephanie does a nice job cutting in the 4-ball. Gets a little bit below the 6. I think she can still cut the 6 up in the corner and maybe have shape on the 7, but we'll see. She tried to cut it up in the corner. Left the 6 in the pocket for Rebecca. This is an opportunity for Rebecca to maybe get a little something going. I think Liz Cole has gotten herself on the hill. Yes, she has. So Liz Cole is up 6-4 over Cynthia Cohen. Again, you can find scores of all the matches at www.scoresaloon.com. There is also bracket boards available there. If you've never created a login, it's absolutely free. Just create the login and username, and you'll be good to go. You can set preferences over which tournaments you see, what shows up on your homepage. So yeah, good stuff. All right, so Stephanie Hefner has defeated Rebecca Slider by a score of 7-2. All right, so we're going to take a little commercial break again, and then I need to step away for a minute, and so we'll be back. Stay tuned. Live streaming, it's great. It's everywhere. But your friend is playing and you can't see the score. Enter Score Saloon, your door to the score. With Score Saloon, you can see the scores as they happen. Know instantly when a match is finished and who won. Go to scoresaloon.com to register for your free membership. Score Saloon, your door to the score.
Oh, nice. I've never had one before, so it's the only thing I hate is the handle on this side because it's supposed to sit down. Oh, see what I'm saying? But you know, I mean, that's not what you or anything. Maybe two on each side here. Yeah, something like that. I mean, like I say, it's a big deal. You gotta flip it over, but it's just one of those little things that you're like. It did look.
There. She's too big step there. The birds are going off of. There's all this still too. Yeah.
I did it. I moved it.
Yes. That'll work. Okay, mine's kind of like that. Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. I was off trying to collect some scores, so I've updated some scores in Score Saloon. For your viewing pleasure, again, you can find those at www.scoresaloon.com. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my trivia document for this event, and I cannot find it in my. Let me go back through again. So we are waiting for another match, obviously, because we have. We are waiting for a match to start because the only match that was available to play was Stephanie Hefner versus Sheila Clark, and we cannot have Stephanie on the stream table yet again. So we are waiting for a match. That's why I was trying to find a trivia document, and I can't seem to find it. I don't know where she put it. Okay, I have found everything, so we're going to ask a trivia question. Da, 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 da. How about them apples? If I can get back to where I need to be here. Alright, so here's a trivia question. What billiards promotion company recently launched a charitable foundation? What billiards promotions company recently launched a charitable foundation? Be the first person to answer that question correctly in our chat room. Again, I apologize. I just have the Ustream side up.
You want sure if you can text?
Actually, if you want to just do it on my phone.
I was actually gonna do it on my phone during the match, but it did on my phone's on.
You can just. I've been keeping track of your score. You won that 7-2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yep. Anyway, I just have the YouTube chat room up. That is www. Just go to YouTube and search for Rail2Rail, and you'll be able to find that there. Again, the question is, what billiards promotion company recently launched a charitable foundation? I'm going to be right back.
Kim and Rick.
Okay.
All right, everybody, I'm back. Let me turn off the camera mic so you're not getting both noises. All right, so obviously our match here is Kim Jones and Ricky Jean Bart. I think Kim Jones probably needs no introduction. I am trying to fix something in Score Saloon. Chris had to redo the brackets after I did everything last night, and somebody did not show up right. And I'm trying to find them now. And I'm trying to make it right so that everything works out right. All right, so I need to pull up Chris's bracket just to make sure I'm doing the right thing here. Kim struggled a little bit early in her first match that I could see. She was close enough that I could kind of check out what was going on. Are you kidding me? Oh, crap. Okay, there we go. I apologize, everyone. We are having some issues that Adrienne and I were trying to figure out, and we are disagreeing about how to fix it. Hi, Warner. No, it was not Buster Rack for ovarian cancer for Connie O'Haran, but that would be a good one. It is a billiards promotion company, so it's not CSI. It's another billiards promotion company that recently announced a charitable foundation, not a program, so an actual foundation that's going to do work for charitable organizations. So it, yeah, there we go. That's what I was trying to say. All right, so what we have here is, let me get back on track. We have Kim Jones playing Ricky Jean Bart. Kim Jones is up 3-2. As I was saying earlier, before I realized just how sidetracked we had gotten with some stuff, Kim Jones struggled a little bit in her first match. It was a little bit closer than what I would have expected it to be, but you know, and Ricky Jean is no slouch, so this could be an interesting, also an interesting match for Kim. And while Ricky is racking, let's show you the. Oops, we don't have that. Sorry. Let's try that again. There we go. Again, this is the rest of the room here at the Cue Ball in Salem, Oregon. I am Ann Bounds with Rail2Rail Productions. This is the 2017 Martha Hartsell Memorial Tournament with Rail2Rail Productions is bringing this to you live from the Cue Ball in Salem, Oregon. This event is sponsored by the Northwest Women's Pool Association. You can find out all the information you would ever want to know about the NWPA at www.nwpatour.com. All right, and Kim Jones is currently leading this match 3-2 over Ricky Jean Bart. This is a race to 7. The B side is going to be a race to 6. I want to thank everybody for watching with us today. We appreciate you sticking with us through all of our shenanigans. I do have both chat rooms open now, so if anybody wants to type in any questions in either chat room, you certainly can. If you want to type in answers to the trivia questions in the chat rooms, you certainly can. So our current trivia question out there is, what billiards promotion company recently launched a charitable foundation? What billiards promotion company recently launched a charitable foundation? We're still waiting on an answer for that one, so if you think you can figure that out, it is not CSI. What we're doing with our trivia is Ernie Amori has donated a cue to Rail2Rail Productions to give away as a prize for our trivia contest this year. We are collecting entries all year long, and then at the final event that we're going to broadcast this year, which will be the Malarkey's Thanksgiving Classic, we'll draw a name out of the hopper, and that person will win a absolutely fabulous Ernie Amori cue. Ernie's designed his own low deflection shaft that plays sweet. So, yeah. Alright, so Kim Jones is at the table. She's giving herself a long look at that 7 ball, and I'm not sure she can cut that in. I'm not sure she's got enough room. That is a Yugo thin between the 9 and the 7 for her to try to cut that ball over. All right, Kim got the 7 in on the second try. Looks like she's got a pretty good angle on this 8 to just come down table for the 9. Not stuck on the rail. That works out well for her. All right, and Kim Jones takes a 4-2 lead over Ricky Jean Bart. We first met Ricky Jean doing APA. She and her husband, Varel, usually play in the Scotch doubles portion of the Opal events down in Lincoln City in November and April. She's a local player. She's a very good player. Kim Jones, of course, has played on the NWPA tour for a long time. She's also played on the WPBA. She came out here from Atlanta a few years ago. Been hanging out with us ever since. Sorry about that. I thought I was going to sneeze. Didn't want to put you guys through that. Let's see here. I think Ricky is going to... Oh, okay, that one would go on the side. I should have looked at the monitor instead of trying to look at the table. The monitor would have showed me a great view. She's probably going to have to get a bridge out here, unless she can reach over the table comfortably. Yeah, that's what she's going to do. She's going to try to at least. Ricky's putting some follow on this, so she's going to try to come below. She was trying to come below the 5 and missed the 7. Didn't quite make it. Although I still think the bank might be in play for the 5, looking at my monitor. Maybe, maybe not. The other thing she could do is try to stop that cue ball right behind the 7 and send the 5 up table and really hook him. But she went for the other safe where she fake it banked it and tried to go for the distance. That worked out for Ricky Jean in the sense that Kim missed the 5 ball and left Ricky an open shot on the 5. She can cut this down table. And then she should come back out for the 7. She'd like to be, in some senses, a little straight on the 7, so she can just float down a little bit for the 8. And she is going to end up a little wonky on the 7, although she might still be able to cut that into the side pocket or possibly bank it across side and then come down for the 8. I think the cutting the 7 in the side would leave her more open for the 8. Makes it a smaller pocket, and that's where she went. Come around, come around, come around. A little flat on it, maybe a little bit of a back cut. That's good. That's good. A little bit on the rail. Rolled away a little bit. And a little thin on that, but that's gonna... Well, that might have left Kim a little bit of an angle. And Ricky Jean has captured another game from Kim, so that makes it 4-3. Looks like Kim might be taking her break. So that gives me an opportunity to actually take a quick little commercial break here. We'll be back in just a second. All right, so, I want to say, Bad Boys Club. If you guys have not become a member of the Bad Boys Club yet, you really should, because it's a great value. $25 a year gets you entries into 12 monthly drawings, and you could win, literally, 12 times. They don't take your name out of the hat once you win a drawing, so you could win literally 12 times in a year. And they're giving away OBQs, they're giving away racks, they're giving away all kinds of different things. The granddaddy of them all, the big prize, is in December. They're giving away, as you saw in the commercial there, a Diamond Pro-Am table. And we know at least one of the people that have won that Diamond table. So it's real. The only thing you have to pay for is the shipping to get it out to wherever you are. So, I mean, that's still a steal of a deal. That's Elaine Eberly that you see in the main view there. She's down on the 9 ball. She is playing Kimber Sexton. Elaine misses the 9. And then you have, just beyond that, we have Liz Cole and Fran Johnson. You can also see Sheila Clark there in the picture. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I'm back. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Okay. Still looking for an answer to our trivia question of what billiards promotion company recently announced that they were forming a charitable foundation. Our score here between Kim Jones and Ricky Jean Bart is 4-3. And Kim tries to block Ricky Jean from the 3 ball and does a very nice job. Yes, Warner, it is match room. Good job. Good job, Warner. Yes, Refinator, your son does have an official chat room name. And we like that official chat room name. Kim is waiting for Kendra on the other table. Now, you know, Refinator, I think it's funny that you resisted so long changing your name to Refinator, and now you are naming the little guy Refinator, so mini Refinator. So I think that's just a little funny. All right, Kim Jones, 5 ball down, has a 6. Now, I'm not sure about the table that Kim played on earlier, but this table here and the table next to it to the left, when you're trying to come off the rails like this, usually the people doing the shot, it has really died. It was dying on me yesterday, but Kim seems like she has managed that pretty well. And let's see here, what else is going on? Thin cut on the 7. Ooh, just not quite thin enough. And left Ricky Jean with a back cut on the 7. So it's we'll see how Ricky Jean manages that.
That's why I chickened out when it was my pick at the cat.
All right, Kim Jones has closed out another game, so she is up 5-0, 5-3 over Ricky Jean. This is a race to 7. All of the B-side matches today are going to be raced to 6. We had 36 girls sign up for this event, so the cue ball is adding $750 instead of $500. So that is upping the prize money a tad. I want to thank the cue ball for their support here in this endeavor. Okay, Refinator. Ricky Jean is contemplating the status of the universe here. She's stuck behind the 3 ball here. Looks like she's going to try to make a good hit. That was a good hit. And Kim's going to have to come off the rail. Don't scratch. Ugh, I hate that shot. A brutal little stretch of shots here. So Kim has ball in hand. It looks like she's going to take the 2. She's going to take the 2 on the side and try to come down just a little bit for the 3. She still wants some angle on that 3 ball because the 4 ball is down here on the foot rail next to the 8. Oh, she's playing it safe. She's such a smart girl. She's way smarter than I am. Way smarter than I am. That was a much better shot than what I was thinking of. What was I thinking? Ricky makes a 2. And, all right, Ricky makes a 2 and does have a cut shot on the 3. So we'll see what she does here. It's makeable, but then she has to come back down table between the 8 and the 9 to get a look at the 4. So that's kind of where she needs to be with that. So Kim Jones looks like she's trying to maybe cut that 3 past the 9 into the side pocket. Just rattled a little bit. And she's actually going to get... Nope, I thought she might get some love there by kissing up to the 8 on the left side of the 8. Instead, it's a shot for Ricky Jean. Oh, that's right. You didn't have the wrench on the tablet. That's funny. I didn't notice that until you said something. All right, so Kim, let's see, that's the 6 in the middle of the table. The 3 is down here on the bottom rail. She's going to come off the side rail of the 9 into the 3, and she missed the tree. So that actually is a ball in hand for Ricky. And I'm going to sit back down so I'm not disturbing anybody. Yeah, me too, Refinator. I was wondering about that, but Kim didn't ask for a ref, and you know, she didn't question it when Ricky Jean got up and went on to the next ball. So, yeah, I thought she might have clipped the 9 first, but not our place to make calls like that. That's for sure. Ricky Jean is definitely within striking distance of Kim. She's only 2 games back, and she's got the ability to make some balls here, and she's got a tough shot on the 6 here. So it seems like all of our initial issues with Score Saloon have been corrected. So the brackets should be correct, and the scores, I'm doing the best I can to keep up on the scores. Not everybody has a tablet, so we're trying to muddle through on some of that stuff. But it all should be reasonably accurate. Yeah, I mean, Kim really had no other choice there, BCA, Refinator, but to accept that she didn't have anybody watch the shot. And so, if nobody's watching the shot, as we all know, those kinds of things go to the shooter. So it makes it a little hard. And just in this case, Kim just has to accept it and move on and just make sure she keeps making her shots, which she just did there. That was a nice out by Kim Jones. She is now up 6 games to 3 over Ricky Jean Birch. There it is. I lost them for a second. It's one of the matches that I'm keeping score manually. So 6-3, Kim Jones up over Ricky Jean Bart. Well, they're discussing whose rack and break it is, so we'll take a look again at the rest of the room. Again, you see that's Natasha Hook in the flowery shirt that's just walking around the other table. Elaine Eberly looks like she's down on the 8 ball. Fran Johnson is stretched out on an 8 ball. And then you see the rest of the room there. You can see what a great room this is here at the Cue Ball in Salem. All right, Kim's getting ready to break. Yeah, BCA Refinator. BCA Refinator, that's what you should be. You're absolutely right on that. Yeah. Yeah, Natasha has been kind of hit and miss. I haven't even seen her down at BCA. She plays infrequently on the NWPA. She will normally play this Salem stop because it is her hometown. So, in fact, she was an extremely late entry to this event. So, she was one of our late people that put us up over the 35 player mark. And so we had 36 players for this event, and biggest event we've had in a couple of years for the NWPA. And it means $750 was added to the tournament. Yes, you are. I have to tell you, I was watching some funny Pinky and the Brain clips yesterday. They were just little snippets of when he says, "Pinky, are you pondering what I'm pondering?" It was just a whole series of them, and they were just cracking me up. So yeah, that was very funny. Funny little cartoon. I'm kind of sorry I never watched it when it was really on, but we were watching some YouTube clips last night. Looks like Kim has found her stroke and her mojo. She had a tough first match. That probably got her juices going. And so she's figuring out the tables and she's finding her own stroke. The thing with Kim is I honestly believe that Kim's worst enemy is the voices in her head. And she knows that as well. And that's something that, we all fight. And but that really is, it's once she figures out the table, that's the only hurdle that Kim Jones generally has is the voices in her own head. So all right, so Kim Jones has defeated Ricky Jean by a score of 7-3. So we're going to take another little commercial. Actually, you know what? Strike that, reverse. Let me do this here. I think we already asked that one. We are going to ask another trivia question here as soon as I get my graphics squared away. So, okay, here we go. Another trivia question. Where was the 2016 Moscone Cup held? Just looking for the venue. Where was the 2016 Moscone Cup held? Give me the venue and you'll be the first person to answer our question correctly in the chat room, and you'll receive an entry into our drawing for an Ernie Amori custom cue. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back in a few minutes with our next match.
She's the one with the black shirt with the shiny. The color. Oh, I see. Yeah. You and Terry are
That rail, I heard it thud.
I have to wait a minute for everybody to get Oh, there's Annie's here, so whenever you guys are ready.
Oh, you could always start without me, it doesn't matter. You don't mind, just kidding.
Just to get the hell. Just ready to go.
There's no whispering.
All right, I'm back. The players are back. We have for you Joyce Robinson and Cindy Cohen. Cynthia Cohen. Refinator, you haven't missed very much. Kim Jones beat Ricky Jean Bart, and now we have our next match coming up here with Joyce Robinson and Cynthia Cohen. Cynthia is from just outside of Edmonton, Alberta. She came down here with Jana and Val. Sorry, I had to think for a second. So this is Cynthia at the table. This is a loser side match, so it is a race to 6 instead of a race to 7. I'll change that here in just a second. I'm trying to update something from Scoresling. We're still having some random issues because of the way Chris had to change things very late, and then I made a few mistakes, so, you know, it happens. So this is a race to 6. There we go. Please explain to me why Refinator gets highlighted. Highlighted even. I am not sure why Refinator gets highlighted. I don't know. But, you know, blue and blue, it's kind of close, right? It's kind of close, blue and blue. All right, looks like Joyce captured. No, maybe Cynthia captured. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to fix some things in Score Saloon, and so I'm not entirely focused on this match, so I do apologize. Okay, it looks like Cynthia got the first game, so she is up 1-0 over Joyce Robinson in this race to 6. Trying to fix all the B-side matches to reflect a race to 6 instead of a race to 7. Alright, so Cynthia is going to bear down on this one ball here. Going to try to run her down table. The 2 is over there by the side pocket. The 3 is... Oh, they arrived from the wrong place. They arrived from the wrong end. That's awesome. It's alright. It's all good. Alright, I think I've got all that. Okay, so I can focus in here a little bit better. Nice shot by Joyce to get up on that 5 ball. She ran into the 8, but she can at least see the 5, and she can at least see where she's going with it. So, yeah, it looks like Val Franiel tied up her match with her and Natasha Hook. So Joyce plays a little bit of a safe there. Again, you can find brackets and scores at www.scoresaloon.com. They are a bit more up to date than Chris's brackets are. I'm still finding a couple of issues with some of the pairings because of some mistakes that I made this morning, and also the way Chris changed some of the matchups due to some very, very late entries. So, Refinator, on my screen, the Refinator is blue. And it's almost the same blue as your shirt in your picture. So I'm not sure why it might look different on your screen, but it is blue on my screen. It's really nice having. Yes. Okay, guys. I'm gonna say something that is gonna shock all of you. It's really nice having the Canadians back, Jana and Val. They are some great players, and it's really nice to have them here. Really, really nice. One of the things that I have noticed about this tour over the last couple of years is some of the girls have started playing not to lose instead of playing to win. Consequently, longer matches, especially on Sunday, way more two ways when you can actually, hit the shot to get out and those sorts of things. And so, the thing that especially Jana and Kim Jones and players like that bring to the table is they have that knockout instinct, and they have that. I'm not going to, no quarter style of play, and they are always playing to win. And so it will be nice if they can, keep coming out and try to instill some of that a little bit more into some of those girls. I was talking to Kim Jones about that one time, and she said it takes a lot to learn how to win. And I think that while we've had some very successful players on this tour, that there's another gear about that learning how to win piece that is hard, and not everybody has it. And it's like if you think about baseball players, and it takes them a long time to get through the minor leagues and develop how to be a professional. And you think about NFL players who may or may not have that professional mentality when they first come into the league. It takes them a while to get into that, and I think that's something that some of these players that really do have that killer instinct will bring to the tour. So Cynthia has an opportunity to take a quick 2-0 lead over Joyce, and she misses the 9th ball altogether. And there we go. So that's how we are with that. Yeah. What? Oh, I missed it. Oh, what a crack up. What a crack up. All right, so I'm going to hope that Joyce got out on that. Sorry, I was confirming with the boss. Really? See, now, what color is Rail2Rail on your screen, Refinator? Because it's orange on my screen. You can put your headset on, then you can figure out what we're talking about. Wow, I think that would be our meal. I don't know. Anyway, so Refinator was saying he was wondering why his Refinator wasn't blue, or why it was blue. Well, but and then he said it's orange on his screen, and I said he was blue on our screen, but Rail2Rail is orange on our screen. So I was wondering what Rail2Rail was on his screen. He could be just backwards. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, I forgot to change. I changed it in Score Saloon. I didn't change it here. Sorry. Well, okay, you're going to find this funny. Twice, I tried to change something on this computer using your laptop's keyboard. 2 times in a row, actually. 2 times in a row, actually. So, yeah. Well, I've got your laptop, I've got the keyboard, and I've got my phone and 2 tablets here that I'm doing things with. So, yeah. This is hard for Pinky.
I know. Wow. That table is really big on that screen.
Yeah.
I always forget how close we get here.
Liz is bringing a tablet over for some unknown reason. I will mute you and... Oh, it's not highlighted on your screen. Weird. All right, so Joyce is shooting here. Yeah. All right, so Joyce was confirming whether or not she could jump. Which you are allowed to jump in this league. It's pretty much BCA rules all across the board. Do you want to look at this tablet? Okay. All right, I'm back. Okay, so let's see here. Joyce Robinson is shooting. She's got the 5 ball. Looks like she's got a little bit of a back cut on the 5. I think the 6 will go by the 7, so she's got to make sure. Oh wait, no, that's the 8 over by the 7. Sorry. She wants to come around. Slow down, slow down. Well, that'll work. She can. I was thinking she might want to take the 6 on the side, but which she probably did. But cutting the 6 up table probably wouldn't be a bad thing. Sorry, you're back.
Hi.
Hi.
It's okay.
I'm feeling very, very scattered.
Yeah. I can understand that.
All right, so Joyce has got a little piece of that 7 ball, but a little piece of that 7 ball is all she really needs. So 36 was the final, right? Final total?
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
It's a good... We haven't had that number for, that
A
many-
long time.
For a long time, yeah.
When I first started doing this, we were averaging probably 32 to 33.
Yeah.
So it's a good turnout. Let's hope they all come back.
Yeah, I think the next one's going to be a qualifier for Chicago. So, in Forest Grove. So
Okay.
maybe they'll bring out even more.
You have to go to Giordano's when you go to Chicago this time.
Okay.
Okay? Oh my God, best pizza ever. All right, so Cynthia takes a 2-1 lead over Joycey. Did you notice that Kira's wearing her Rail2Rail shirt?
Yes, I did know that.
That was the first thing she showed me this morning. Very funny. She looks good in it.
Yeah. I was actually just admiring Joyce's boots. Those are really cute.
These boots were made for walking.
Around the pool table.
That's right.
I always like coming down here. Such a great room in Salem. This is the Martha Hartsell Memorial Tournament, a longtime player who died a few years back. What are you laughing about?
Warner says that it's not highlighted on his screen. We're talking about the highlighting, right? He says it's not highlighted on my screen. Weird. Must be my Commodore 64.
With 64K RAM.
It's no wonder you can't get any trivia entries, Warner. He's probably still on dial-up, too. And then Refinator says he agrees with me. When you're in Chicago, you have to go to Giordano's. It is, oh my God, so good.
That's such a great room out there, too. Shooters. Cynthia fouls. Didn't get a good hit on the 2. Gives up ball in hand to Joyce. Oh, I mean the 1.
2-1 is not much difference.
What's it? What is a digit between friends, huh?
That's right. That's right.
Just 1. Oh, Joyce is going for the 3 foul.
Is that 2 for Cynthia? Or just 1?
No, that was just 1. I think Joyce was trying to lock up on the 4, but no, that's 2. But now Joyce has got a 1-9. I think you forgo the 3 foul for the 1-9.
Oh, totally. In this format, early 9s are a good thing. All right, so Joyce ties the match up at 2 apiece.
And hooks her on this.
So if she hadn't made the 9, it would have been okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. So, just while Joyce is racking here, we'll show you a little bit of what's going on in the rest of the room. So in your picture there, you see Elaine Eberly. You see a little bit of Kendra Markleer, and then you see Elaine and Kimber Sexton. Looks like they just completed a game, and then just beyond them is Terry Kleisick down in a shot. She is playing Kim Jones.
Kimber is from Salem area, and I first met her down in Lincoln City. And played against her down there. And was talking to her this last time we were down there for BCA. And I said, you have to play in the NWPA. She goes, well, I'll think about it. And I said, where are you from? She says, Salem. I said, our next stop is in Salem. You're going to be there. I'm going to hunt you down, find you, and drag you over.
That's hilarious.
Salem is not that big. I can find you.
This room here that I just showed you, this is an all ages room. In fact, yesterday when we were here, there was a dad with his 2 little kids playing pool. He was trying to teach them how to play.
Actually, there's a dad that just walked in with his 3 kids.
Yeah. So come one, come all to this room. There's no alcohol here. There's no smoking here. It's and like I said earlier, some of the old guys that play here, if you're a female playing, and a lot of times you get the guys, well, I can help you, little lady. While these guys will offer, it's not that kind of, it's BCA says, eyes Adrienne and begins sneaking up behind her. ... Glances around innocently. ... Creeps closer. ... Boo! Runs.
Mr. Donner, your days of scaring the bejesus out of me are over.
No, they are not. They are so not. You are so easy to scare.
He sneaks.
He's very sneaky.
Another safety by choice. She's getting kind of good at those.
Mm-hmm. She sure is. Oh, she's got like Puss in Boots boots on.
Yes, they're really nice.
Awesome.
And she's wielding her cue. Because she brought it.
You're never gonna let me live that down.
I
are
am
you?
never going to let you live that down. No.
Oh, crap it. Just BCA types in, yes, my love. You want to bet? That's what I'm saying. There's no way in heck he cannot stop it. He's just so darn sneaky.
Well, if I never show up any place there he is, he can't sneak up on me.
Oh, there's that.
He does live in Indiana, and I'm in Seattle. And I'm not committed to going to Vegas yet.
Well,
So
you know what you just did, don't you?
I threw down the gauntlet.
Yes, you did. Just saying.
Well, maybe I get to see him once in a while then, huh?
Maybe. So, apparently, Mini Raffinator's going to be left-handed.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So, I have to find him some left-handed things so he stays safe.
He needs a left-handed cue.
He needs left-handed everything.
He needs a left-handed cue.
Yes, I know. I caught that. I was trying to ignore it.
Why? It was funny.
Uh-oh. I'll be back.
Oh, she's gone.
Another one knows how to find their match. Bwahaha.
Speaking of, I'll be playing soon.
Yeah.
What can you tell me the score of Cindy Doty?
Cindy Doty won. You're playing Cindy Doty. So, I can tell you that.
She was playing Helen Ragg.
Yeah, I think she won 7-1. Or 7-2, something like that. So, yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, she was up. I think she was up kind of big. So, yeah, but it's got you playing Cindy next.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to... Oh, Chris has got a tablet in his hand, so I'm going to go.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye.
I'm all alone again. I'm feeling so lonely. I could cry. All right, so I believe Cynthia just got another win with an early 9, so she goes up 3-2 over Joyce. And Natasha just defeated, oops, wrong person. Natasha just defeated Val. Okay. Can you see the score between Julie and Ricky Jean? Julie and Ricky Jean. Okay. Oh, and I think Suzanne Smith just defeated Kendra. So we're powering through this tournament. Had a lot of players in this tournament. 36 girls, like we said earlier. Okay, it looks like Joyce is now getting ready to break. She is trailing 2-3 in a race to 6. And let's see here. Looks like I need to go back through and change some races here. It's kind of hard sometimes when the B side has a different race than the A side. They had to do that in this tournament because of the number of players versus the number of tables that we have and time and all that sort of good stuff. The NWPA tries to, these rooms do us a favor by hosting these events. And so, a room like this sometimes makes it hard to get in a tournament because, we try to be sensitive about they all need to make money too. And, especially a room like this that it is strictly just a pool hall. It's not a bar attached to it or restaurant or anything like that. So, we try to be sensitive about what they're doing and how they're doing it. So just some scores. Elaine Eberly and Kimber Sexton are tied at 4. We are 3-2. Cynthia Cohen over Joyce Robinson. Julie Valdez is up 3-0 over Ricky Jean Bart. Claudia Hoyt is up 3-1 over Dora Cornell. Marion Poole and Michelle Hughes are tied at 5. Kim Jones is up 4-0 over Terry Kleisick. And those are all the matches that we currently have underway. And it looks like Michelle and Marion are tied at 5. I think I said that. Okay, yeah. So, anyway. All right. Oh, Cynthia tried to get the 3 ball to drop, didn't make it, but I think she did hook Joyce on the 3. Joyce might be able to have enough room to come real close to that 5 ball and try to spin off the rail and pocket the 3 because it is kind of sitting in the jaws. Oh, Joyce is going to try to cut the 4 down table, and she scratches. She's able to make that 3 ball. And So let's see what Cynthia does. She's got the 5. Okay, that's the 4 next to the 5. I was thinking that was the 8, but the 8's over there to the right of the 9. So, and she's got the 6 there. I would take the 4 down table into the corner. I think I might do it more as a. Yeah, I'm not, yeah, that'll work. Okay. I was thinking float down below the 5 and take the 5 up table to get on the 6, but this way she needs to draw this back off the rail though. I'm not sure she's putting enough. Okay, that'll work. Didn't look like she's maybe putting enough on it, but yeah, that's right. Hi there.
Hey there.
How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Excellent.
Would be better if I didn't, lose that match on the hill there. Did all that work to claw back. And
I noticed that. I'm sorry if we heard a distraction
oh,
over
no.
here.
Oh, no, I can't even hear you at all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all good.
So,
I thought I'd come cheer on Cynthia here.
yeah. So you can cheer for Cynthia and I'll cheer for Joyce and we'll balance out.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, see? No favoritism here at Rail2Rail.
Yeah, exactly.
So tell us a little bit about Cynthia. You said she's from the Edmonton area, up by you guys.
Yeah, she's from Enoch, which is like maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes west of Edmonton. And we played last year together in Red Deer, which is like just over an hour away. The two of us would drive all the way out there to play on the same team, which is kind of funny. But it was good times. That's pretty much how I met her. Met her more. Like I've met her before, but that's how I really got to know her, was playing with her last year. And
I'm going to futz with your headset a little bit because you've got your earpiece on backwards here. That might be a little more comfortable.
That is way more comfortable.
Yeah, that way you don't have that plastic digging into your ear.
The funny part is I have ringing in that ear, so I can't hear anything anyway.
That's funny.
But what's amazing about Cynthia is she had a pool accident one time and had a pool cue got poked in her eye. She had to have surgery and stuff.
Oh my goodness.
So when you watch her shoot, that's why she shoots with predominantly more her right eye, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Who says pool's a non-contact sport, right?
Yeah, I know. Right? And the strange part it was actually her own cue.
Oh wow.
Someone tripped, like tripped over it, and she went to kind of like catch it and bent over and
oh wow,
kind of poked me. So she had to kind of like relearn pool again. Mm-hmm. So yeah, to me that's quite a feat. So
I think Elaine and Kimber don't realize that they're only racing to 6 on the B side.
I will go let them know.
Well, she's on the 9 ball now anyway, so it's not.
There you go. She's got ball in hand on the 9.
Yeah. Because that does say 6 over there above the green.
I think that's. I'd have to put my glasses on, but no, that was a 5.
Oh, okay. All right.
So they did know.
Okay.
We just need stronger glasses.
We need something, man. I'll tell you.
That's so funny.
I'm kind of looking forward to Jake's tonight. I think I deserve a beer.
Exactly.
Maybe a shot of rum or two.
Let's see. So she didn't make a ball on the break, but I have a feeling a push shot's going to be coming here. Unless she can see the edge of it, which she might be able to.
Push outs are really hard for me.
Oh, yeah.
That's actually one reason why I like playing APA, because there's no push out in APA.
Oh, really?
You have to try to make a hit because push outs make my brain hurt.
Oh, yeah.
There are many things. Okay, let's be clear.
Yeah.
There are many things that make my brain hurt.
I was going to say, you're losing battle here.
Hence my nickname being Pinky. I think I just broke Val.
I'm not touching that one. Oh my God, so funny.
I know, right?
I love you, Americans.
Well, don't tell anybody I said this, but
Yeah, so you love us Canadians. I know you
I
do.
do. I do. I was saying that I'm really glad that you Canadians are coming down here because
Exactly.
I've watched a lot of Canadians, both men and women, because a lot of the tournaments we do, a lot of the big guys come down
Yeah.
and that sort of stuff, right? And what I've noticed about Canadian players is you don't play to not lose.
Yes, that's
You
right.
play to win.
You play to win.
And some of the girls on this tour have fallen into a very, very bad habit of playing to not lose.
Yeah.
And you need people that know how to play to win
Yeah.
to teach the other people how to play to win.
Yes, exactly.
And
Yeah. that's
so
for
you,
sure.
you guys all have a mission.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. So here the table's pretty good. She doesn't actually have any trouble balls at all. So this is
I was playing on the table next to them last night. I was hitting
Yeah.
some balls with Adrienne. And what I noticed was when you're trying to come around the rails, it hits
slow.
that first rail and it dies.
Well, that's because it's so humid here.
Yeah.
That it's really
Yeah.
slowing down the claws.
Yep.
I know you try to go 3 rails and it usually makes 2, but the third one, and if you really try to kill it to get to that third rail, you usually rattle the pockets.
Yeah.
Yeah. These pockets here, the plastic is not really secured on the bottom, so that you see a lot of rattling.
Yeah.
And part
Yeah.
of it really is you're hitting that plastic
Yeah.
and it's kind of poking back out.
Yep. That's true. These pockets are big. They're
Yeah.
very generous, but
Yeah.
you have to hit it right, otherwise it will pop it back out.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
very true.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you can't see it from here, but the plastic isn't flush to the green, in the pocket there.
Mhm.
But well, now if she knows how to do this, she could sink the 9 here.
Yeah. She just has
Because
to-
I can see from my angle that there's enough separation that if she was to put
the carom.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. Oh, she's
They're
looking
going to
for
get a
a
ref
ref.
because
Yeah.
she's going to just try to hit the 6, I think.
Yeah.
So,
So,
yeah.
see, yeah, because, being a ref myself, I know that when the balls are touching really close together, if the cue ball goes to the opposite direction of the one you hit first, when they're really close together, that means it's a good hit. So that's why you can tell from this angle that all she has to do is basically hit that almost full, and that 9 ball will go. But let's see if
So we're
Teresa
having Chris
knows that
Rogers,
shot.
our referee, our tournament director and referee. He hates being on the camera, so he's
Yeah.
really happy that the score graphic is in front of him.
I was just about to say he's camera shy.
Yeah,
He's
very
also
camera shy.
computer shy and
Oh, yeah.
technology shy.
He's inching closer
He
to
is.
using Score Saloon,
Yeah.
just very, very, very
Very.
slowly.
Yeah. Yeah. We need to convince him. He needs to have it as the source of truth, so you don't have so much difficulties. The little bugger likes to.
He likes to do his little quirky
I know,
things,
yeah.
like he does the draw and then he sees what the matchups are, and he does sometimes like to change those matchups, and
Yeah.
I get that,
Yeah.
because you don't want the big dogs to knock each other out the first round,
Yeah.
So you do have to, but it's really
I think-
it's really easy to
Yeah.
change all that stuff in Score Saloon.
Yeah,
it's
it
so
is.
easy to do,
Yeah.
and he just
Well, I think there was a couple late entries because
The awesome, very late entry, yeah.
and because with 2 buys and then 3 late entries, that messed things up a
It
tiny
did.
bit. So.
It did. So, but I think we're past all of those issues in Score Saloon,
yeah,
and,
it looks like
hopefully we're, everything seems to be on track. I did have to change this matchup though.
Yeah,
But I think we're all fine now.
that's good. So this one right here. I mean, I probably would put top on it. Yeah, that's why I was gonna say if you put top on it and just follow it through, you're more likely not to miscue like she just did. She did it faster than I could say it.
Yeah. Joyce
But,
sometimes shoots pretty fast.
Yeah.
Does the 7 go by the 9?
No,
Okay.
no, but
That's a bad combo.
it's a tough combo, but it's worth it if she doesn't
Yeah.
hit too hard because then
Yeah.
the cue ball's gonna end up like I was gonna say, on the rail with the 7 in a good spot.
Just
but-
before she shot, I was thinking if she hit that a little bit softer than what she
Yes.
did, and just bring the 7 ball off that head rail
To the-
behind the 9,
yes,
and
yeah.
then that would have been a pretty good save.
Yeah.
I don't always see safeties because I don't like them,
Yeah.
so I don't play them
Yeah.
very much. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, and the art of a push shot is to leave a person a longer shot that they can make, but not that they can control the cue ball enough
Right.
to hook you back, right?
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
that's the tough parts about push shots is you have to see, like it's like a chess game. You have to see a couple shots ahead, or it can
Mhm.
hurt you more than it can help you, right?
Yes. Yep.
So here, she has to be careful here because if she hits this too hard, she's going to have a rough. Oh, she goes to bank it. That was impressive.
Yeah.
Tap
Yeah.
for that one.
Joyce does pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I've played. I think I played Joyce at Malarkey's my very first time playing. That was a couple years ago. I had to take some time off because I was accident prone, and apparently throwing out one shoulder wasn't good enough. I had to throw out the next one the following year.
Nice. That's excellent.
Yeah. So now it's 4-3 for Joyce.
Yes.
And this is the B-side, so raised to 6. What keeps throwing me off is the rack for your opponent.
Oh.
We don't normally do that when it's a magic rack because it's usually it doesn't matter. But
It's kind of funny. There are certain traditions here with the NWPA, and it's
and I like
always
it.
rack for your opponent, and it's always the tournament director's rack in the finals.
Yeah.
So last
like
year
that.
when we went to Magic Racks, we get down to the finals, and Chris and Ford were just going to let the players rack, and Adrian's like, "But you guys always rack." And
Yeah.
so now it's
I like
they
it.
still rack for this.
Actually, there is a good thing about when you're using the magic rack and getting your opponent to do it because it's really easy to manipulate the rack to make the 9 ball or to pattern rack, and that's a huge advantage, especially when you're using the magic rack. So, so I personally prefer that your opponent racks your own, especially a 9 ball. Because I was watching the big event you had at Malarkey's in
yeah.
March there,
Yeah.
where I mentioned on the stream that I saw Corey Duell pattern racking, which he's famous for. And, after that, we had a big tournament in Red Deer where one of the players was racking it exactly the same way as Corey. And I had to go up to him and say, hey, smack. There's no pattern racking. We played BCA rules. So I had to give him a warning, and I said if I see it again, I would be racking all of his matches for him. So he quickly stopped.
Oh, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good.
Well, it's a huge advantage if you know what side of the table your balls are going. So
Yep.
it's
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It makes the game half as hard or half as easy,
Yeah.
right?
And everybody, you hear a lot of people complaining about the way Corey Duell racks and stuff, but you know
Yeah.
what? Kudos to him for spending the
Yeah.
inordinate amount of time he has
enormous.
had to spend
Yeah.
to figure this stuff out.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to spend that kind of time.
No.
I don't know many people that are willing
Yeah.
to spend that kind of time trying to figure all this stuff out. And,
Yeah.
it's
impressive.
So,
It's
it's
impressive.
impressive that
I've seen him do it with a soft break, a hard break, with the 9 ball on the spot. He spends oodles of time. And it's funny because when you're that good, you really should be able to run any table out. But if you can make the game, half as easy and within the rules, hey, kudos to you, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you.
One of the things about VNEA is that there's no rules about pattern racking or anything. So you could put all low ball on one side and all high ball on the other side, and that's an
interesting.
8 ball that is, and you can do that where, that's a huge advantage too if you know how to break properly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now here I don't think she can see all of the ball. Well, it's possible she can see enough of it. But,
Yeah.
But because it's right on the horn there, she has to be careful because if she hits too high up on the rail to try to go off the rail and cut it in, like that. Well, I like how she was worried about it going in the pocket where it was a foul anyway. So Now, the tough part here is getting on the 3. So if she put some bottom right or even middle right would probably be the best to get it down in that corner there. Oh, she didn't have enough bottom. But at least she's going to be able to see the 3. So, a good thing for her to do right here is just to tap that 3 towards the 6. And it would be like the perfect safety. But I can tell you, I was practicing with her last night, and she's kind of like you. This is actually her first time playing 9-ball. Like just last night, actually, she said, "So by the way, what kind of a tournament is this? Like, what are we playing?" And we said 9-ball, and she goes, "So what are the rules for 9-ball?"
That's funny.
So I explained to her about the push shot. She didn't know what a push shot was. And then when I said 3 fouls, she had no idea what I was talking. I'm like, wow, you really are a rookie.
Wow. Well, Adrienne
Yep.
signed up for her very first NWPA tournament, not having not a clue how to play 9-ball.
Yeah.
And so she called up a friend of hers and said, "Hey, can you teach me how to play 9-ball? I entered this tournament." And he's like, "Well, when's the tournament?" She goes, "Saturday." And this was like Wednesday.
Ironically, that almost exact same story happened to me the very first time I came out, because I came with Jenny and Jana and Zanny.
Yeah.
And Jenny was getting lessons, and I told her they could use my table in the basement. And then I asked her, "So what are you practicing 9-ball for?" And she goes, "Oh, I'm going to go to this tournament in the States, whatever." And I said, "Okay, well, I'll practice 9-ball with you then after the lessons." And she's like, "Val, why are you not going? Like, you're kicking my ass, so you should be going." And I said, "Oh, I don't know 9-ball." So I phoned up Jerry Bryson, and I asked him, I said, "Okay, we're going to go to this 9-ball event. What are some of the things that I should be practicing?" He's like, "Safeties." So over the phone, he started talking to me, and I wasn't sure what he's talking about. So he pulled up this one app that has a pool table, and then he would set up the practice shots, and he emailed them to me, and we started practicing them. But pretty
that's
much we got
hilarious.
lessons over the phone. And
That's hilarious.
I mean, Jerry's amazing, right? But
Yeah.
he was there for us just like that,
That's awesome.
Yeah. So here the tricky part is going behind that 8-ball.
Yeah.
It's
Gotta be careful.
She's got to be really careful. That she. Oh, there
she
you
could
go.
see it. I didn't think she could see it.
Me neither. See.
Should have probably looked at my monitor.
Yeah, I was looking at the monitor. I couldn't see it either. But the monitor happens to be the same angle as my chair, so. So now that I've mentioned that, you can see which is her dominant eye. It's the right one. Yeah. Because I remember when I first started playing with her, I asked her, do you know you're only using one eye? She's like, "Yeah, I can't really see out of the other one." She can see, but it's not clear.
The brain is an amazing thing
Yeah.
that it can adapt to that kind of stuff.
Yes, most definitely. Here's another great opportunity for a safety too, just to put it at this bottom rail and send the cue ball up to the other side. And with the 7-ball there, see, that's.
I thought she might have got lucky there for a second to get
Yeah.
behind the 9, but that 7-ball is just huge here.
Yeah, it is.
It's huge.
And especially with the 6-ball so close to the rail, it's not like you can use the rail to come off the rail and cut it in. But we were practicing this exact shot last night, so I hope she knows too. I'm gonna rattle my finger at her because we practiced one diamond meant she had to hit the second diamond. I was playing Natasha, and I had her on 2 fouls, and I hit the cue ball behind the 9-ball, but I didn't freeze up to it. I must have given her like a half an inch or whatever, but it was enough for her to go 3 rails and actually make the 2-ball. It was quite impressive, but I was like, no, I meant to freeze. And then another time I went to freeze her on her hooker, and I hooked her solid on the 2-ball. Unfortunately, my 2-ball went off the 9-ball and went in the side, so I hooked myself.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah.
I
That's the
hate
thing
that.
about 9-ball. Any ball goes down, it's your turn again. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Double horned it.
Yeah. Sometimes that helps you, and sometimes that
Oh yeah,
hurts.
oh yeah. So
My personal favorite is when you hit that horn just right, and the cue ball slides down the rail, and you get perfect shape
Yeah.
on your next ball. It's perfect. I love those. She tried to cut that all the way
Yeah.
up table. I probably would
That
have
was
tried to bank that, I think,
Well,
but it's hard to tell what angle she had.
exactly. So pretty much she just gave that one away.
Yeah.
That one, if she would have hit
Yeah.
it, if she was trying to cut it,
She needed to
she
hit
needed
it.
to put lots of top on
Yep.
there. So if she missed it, then at least the cue ball would have been on the rail, and she might, left her tough. But and then at least she's still there for the 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
But hindsight, eh?
Exactly. Hindsight
don't
is
you-
2020.
We're lucky
That's
that
for sure.
we can see the table before the monitor, so we can sometimes cheat and.
So that ties us up at 4 apiece.
Yeah.
Want to remind you guys that brackets are available at www.scoresaloon.com. All you got to do is to create a username and login if you have not done so, and then you'll be able to see all the scores and the brackets and set your preferences for what tournaments and or players you want to see, all that kind of good stuff. So again, it's www.scoresaloon.com, your door to the score.
Take a 5-minute break.
So girls are
Yeah.
going to take a break. We are actually going to have a little commercial break. We're going to be back in just a minute, so stay
All
tuned,
right.
everybody.
I'm back. Sorry about the delay there. Let me see if I can switch the camera. Let's see. Not sure how to switch the camera over, so I'm going to wait until Anne gets back here. Let me see. Cam 1. Oh, I have to switch to cam 2. That's pretty dangerous of her to leave me the mouse. There we go. Figured it out. A little tough angle on the 3 here. I'm not sure she's going to go for the cut. Looks like she is. Better put my glasses back on. That might help. Let me see if I can sit in the captain's chair here so that I can see if anybody's chatting it up. There we go. Oh, she's back, so I figured out how to switch the camera over.
Oh, did I forget to do that when I came back? Hang on.
Can't replay. Yeah, no replays. It goes.
Well, the 3 moved before the 8.
Yeah, if she didn't see it, it goes to the shooter. Yeah. No instant replays until after the tournament.
Yeah, we don't get into those
No.
situations in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
It is a recipe for disaster 9 times out of 10. We've had a lot of people ask us about that, and we just don't get into those kind of things. We were broadcasting a tournament one time where it was one of the rules of the tournament was it was a 3-man APA tournament.
Yeah.
And one of the rules is if you go into sudden death and you play the sudden death match, you have to play in the next round. You have to play either the first or second pairing of the team's next match. And they do that so teams aren't holding their big dog for sudden death. Right, so that everybody has a chance to participate in the success of the team. And we were doing this tournament one year, and one of the teams didn't do that, and the tournament people didn't catch it. You know, can't say anything.
Right.
We
That's
can't.
right.
We don't get into that stuff, So
Anyway, it's 5-4 for a
'Kay.
choice. Sorry,
That's
I
okay.
figured out how to switch cameras, but not how to put everything back up. So
It's okay. It's all good. I'm sorry I was gone for so long. I kind of got where we are in the back of this room, just so you guys know, is we have to weave our way through matches that are happening so that we're not, disturbing the girls and stuff. And Adrienne and I talked about trying to do a different table, but every other table in the room has issues.
yeah, exactly.
So
This
it's.
is the best spot for sure.
I had thought, I said, well, let's try in the other room, and she said, well, those tables aren't as well maintained as the ones that are out here.
And the lighting is
And the
horrible.
lighting is horrible. And
You can't close the blinds because the string is broken. So it only opens them, it doesn't shut them.
Oh, that's
so
funny.
You have to manually shut them, and then you can't twist them to
Right,
close unless you
right.
do
So
it
you have all
individually
those
every
little-
single one.
Oh my God,
And
that's
I'm like,
hilarious.
okay. And then there's like a huge gap where you actually need the blind. So it's like I gave up. I just would go, can you stand there for a second while I make my shot?
That's funny.
I'll do the same for you.
That's funny.
So it looks like I have an opponent now. It's going to be Julie.
Yeah, that's what it looks
Valdez,
like.
yeah.
She was up 5-3, so she closed that out 6-3. That was a B-side match.
Oh, that's right. I remember only
Yeah.
going to 6.
So, oh, you're gonna be playing Julie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, excellent.
Mm-hmm. I want someone to hurry up and win here so I can play on the stream.
That's funny. That's
Even
very
though
funny.
that seems to be a curse for me every time I go on the stream. I lose my match. So maybe I won't want to. No, I don't mind at all. If I go on the stream, I'm grabbing my Canada sweater.
That's
So I
very
have
funny.
to ask, since you like Canadians, does that mean you'll cheer for my Oilers for me? We're up in the series 2-0 now.
Really?
Mhm.
Excellent.
And both of those matches were in Anaheim, so yeah, so now the next 2 games are going to be in Edmonton. So if they win both home games, that's going to be quite the gong show in Edmonton. The streets are going to be lined, and it's going to be one big party on White Ave.
Oh, wrong thing.
And a little bit unfortunate to run into the 8 there, because now it's going to make it tougher. So I don't know what Joyce would do, but I'd be playing it safe. I play safe on shots like this so that I get the weight of the table down. So if I have no choice and I have to, at least I have some kind of idea of what the weight of the table is going to be when it absolutely counts. Oh, that almost worked out for her. She was hit a little bit too hard, so the 2 balls now peeking out for Cynthia. She could probably see like 3/4 of the ball.
So we are almost down to the final 8 on the A side. And we're 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. And we're populating the final 16 round on the B side. So Chris's goal is to get down to at least 7th, 8th. It is 2:30 in the afternoon. So he might make that, actually, if matches seems to be going pretty well. So we'll see how that works out.
So do we figure out what the date of the next one is? Let me see.
Actually, let me...
Let's see. Ford sent me an attachment here.
me
May
see.
27th and 28th.
I thought it was
no,
in
no,
June.
sorry. This is the Memorial Weekend 9-ball
Yeah,
championship.
the next NWPA stop should be in June
That's why he confused me. I'm like, quit inviting me stuff I can't go to.
It's June 24th and 25th at Malarkey's Pool and Brew.
Oh, that works out well, because
Yeah,
June.
at least that's what it says here. I thought it was in Forest Grove.
So
That actually might be in Forest Grove,
It
not
is,
Malarkey's.
yeah.
So
Yeah, it's in Forest Grove. So June 6th. let me see.
June 24th and 25th.
Yeah, 2 weeks before that is. I'm gonna pull up the poster so that I know what I'm talking about here. Joanne. So let's see, June 9th to 11th in Calgary, Alberta. If you guys want to travel up and visit us for a change, Joanne Ashton, who plays on the Pro Tour, is having her second annual Ashton Twins Classic. It's a ladies 9-ball event, and there's $5,000 added. The entry fee is 125 Canadian, so that's like $40 US. And it's a race to 9 on the A side and the B side. And we already have people like Allison Fisher and Emily Dudd, and a whole bunch of people are going to be coming to this event. There's probably going to be at least 10 to 12 pros there. So,
Nice.
if you want to, to try your hand and meet some of the pros, this is like a really, really cheap opportunity when you think about it. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, you have to
Yeah.
go to Calgary, but
One
how
of these
often
days,
do you get that
I have to
opportunity?
get up there
Oh yeah,
to
totally.
Joanne's
This
room,
this
Joanne
would
and Bev's
be
room.
an amazing invite if you
Oh.
could. I'll try to find out all of the women that are going. Because there's quite a few.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put...
So Joyce is on the hill here. She's up 5-4 over Cynthia. And then we also have Kimber Sexton and Rebecca Slider, who are tied at 1. Claudia Hoyt is up 5-1 over Dora. Dora is on our Tuesday night APA team.
nice.
She is just learning how to play pool.
Wow.
She just wants to play.
Oh, good for
she
her.
has absolutely no expectations. She just wants to play. So yeah, it's kind of fun. And Bernadette is Marion's 84-year-old mom.
Wow.
Yeah. So they both just want to play. Yeah, Sumesh, it was a little bit unfortunate that whole thing didn't get caught, and at that particular tournament, it's hard to keep track of the team that you're playing in that format when they might go into sudden death, and you have to have peeps that are going to be spies for you,
Exactly.
But
Hey, and if you can't say anything, you can't say anything.
yeah.
It's like being a ref and not being asked to the table.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
might see something, but, you're not allowed to say nothing. So.
Yeah, it's true. That's very true. That was a nice shot by
And
Joyce.
and sometimes people get mad at us because we don't say anything, but unfortunately that's...
I actually have been banned from taking referee class because, you want to know why?
Yeah.
Because math is hard and girls are pretty.
Oh my goodness, you're just too cute. Under a month away. I'm trying to find the list. I think it's under... I'm trying to give you a list of all the players because it's quite impressive. Like,
So, Sumesh, did Ramil tell you the new team name that I came up with us for November APA? So my friend Ramil is from the Philippines, and my
Okay.
friend Sumesh is from India. And we're going to get to play in the... I'm going to get to play in the 9-ball event for APA in November down in Lincoln
nice.
City. So I decided, my first suggestion on a team name was, look, I have brown friends.
Oh my God, you're so bad.
To which Ramil immediately replied, I'm yellow.
Oh.
So Joyce has defeated Cynthia by a score of 6-4. So then Wednesday night we were talking about this whole stuff because Ramil's on our Wednesday night team, and I said, hey, we could be the Crayolas.
Oh.
Right?
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? So I'm
And
thinking
that's probably more politically correct.
well, then Ramil was like, well, I figured, look, I have brown friends is better than look, I have colored friends.
Oh, yes, for
you know.
sure.
So, but then Ramil was like, well, brown and yellow, that's kind of mustardy. That makes mustard. So one of our teammates suggested, well, you should be the Poopons, Poopons.
Oh, my goodness.
So, but my favorite still is the Crayolas, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I like the Crayolas
All
myself.
right, so we are going to turn the camera over. I think we might be able to see. Whoops, let's see here. What am I
Oh,
doing?
my goodness. They're making it so hard for me to invite women to this tournament.
Okay,
so
so
I'm gonna
this
get them to
is
tag me.
actually I'm going to have to move the camera in order to actually see what's happening with that match. Whoops. I'm going to turn back, and then I'm going to move the camera. So hold on, everybody. Okay, so what I've put on the screen is the match between Rebecca Slider and Kimber Sexton, and Kimber Sexton is actually leading that match by a score of 2-1. Let me take down all this stuff. I'm not really gonna. I have a feeling we're gonna have a match up here pretty quick, so I'm not gonna really change any of my score graphics or anything. But oops, I'm sorry. You're back.
So how's Jana doing? What's the score in Jana's match?
Jana, let me see. Let me actually refresh so I get a good up-to-date. Oops. Up-to-date stuff here. Let me find her. I don't think they've started yet, or there's no score because it's showing 0-0.
And who is she playing?
Patricia Tipton.
That's right.
Yeah.
That was an A-side match.
Yeah, Patricia's a little bit. Patricia's tough. Patricia's a local BCA master. So, yeah. All right, guys, I think I'm going to take a little bit of a break and rest my voice. So I'm just going to turn on the camera mic here, and Val and I are going to hang out and just not talk. So we'll be back in a minute.
Your doctor. I see that. But I didn't. Like, that's not my game. That's part of this
Percentages, I'm like,
It's but it was there. Stay till they're not on patience in this game. That's what it is. For this game especially. Especially if this is
You're up.
okay, I'm gonna go to the bin.
also, that was my name. Thank you for
He hasn't found out yet? Is your opponent not showing?
Nope, I don't know who Rachel is.
Richard Jake, she's sitting back there. She's sitting over there. Well,
Shake it off. I know, right? I was like, breathe.
Each other, to play each other. What's up with that? It wasn't supposed to be planned that way. No. I tried to do it last
Yeah. I'm sure she's a leader.
Fran and, Fran got away. Fran and Claudia.
All right, I'm back. I'm going to get the score graphic together here. We have for you Val Franiel. She got her wish. She is on the stream table. And she is playing Julie Valdez. And this is the opening rack. We just had the break. I went out and I updated some scores. So we have updated scores in the back room as much as possible. And yeah, I'm going to change these so I have the right scores here. This should be a good match. I think these two are pretty evenly matched skill level wise. You know, Julie was in here yesterday for a long time practicing, actually on this table. So, and you know, Val's just really a tough player. Anyway, you slice it. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Yay, I'm here. And hopefully I won't be disappearing much again. Sumesh, as far as I know, we are going to be able to form a team. So, Adrienne said I could play. So yeah, I'm planning on it. We'd be a 6, a 5, and a 5. So we should have a good chance, right? All right, so Val is down on the 4 ball. Does a nice job with that. She could just play this over to the rail, take the 6 in the corner. She might want a little bit of angle on that 6 to try and help her to get back up to the 7. Yeah, she just drew that back nicely. So Chris is down to the point where he's stopping. He's not going to be using as many tables in the back room, so I'll be able to get more tablets on matches here in the front room. Nice shot by Val. That 8 ball is sitting right in that side pocket. All she has to do is cut it in and let the table get her back down to the 9. That's going to be a real thin cut on that 8 ball. Looks like she's putting just a little bit of right English on that to make sure she gets over. She's going to run a little far for the 9 in the corner pocket. She might be okay. That's a little far, I think, though. All right, Val was able to close that out, so she goes up 1-0 over Julie Valdez. We'd like to remind you guys that this free stream is brought to you by Rail2Rail Productions. You should like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and definitely subscribe to our YouTube channel. That way you know all about us, which, when, where, and why we are going on here. Also like to remind you to say thank you to our stream sponsors for sponsoring our stream and keeping us live. So I'm going to go set up a tablet on this table that Ford just put a match on, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. 1-0 Val Franiel left over Julie Valdez. I think I've got everything else squared away as best I can. Val is down on the 2. She's going to try to pop that up in the corner. Okay, so the 3 is down here on the bottom rail. She did a really good job of trying to get there. Did not quite get into a position where she can cut that 3 in. An uber aggressive shot would be to try to bank the 3 back up table. But probably a smarter, more safer shot would be to play a safe. Try to get the 3 up table and maybe get the cue ball behind the 9. Yeah, that's what she was trying to do. She just ran into the side of the 9. Was she gonna get a little lucky there? No, she scratched. No, she didn't scratch. She didn't get lucky either. I thought maybe she was gonna get a little lucky and get that 3 to go in. So this is giving Julie an opportunity to gain control of the table and maybe get herself a little bit of a run out. The 4-9 is not wired. Julie doesn't usually go for early 9s unless it's really wired. So, I'll have to see how that works out for her. Looks like she's going to pop the 4 up. Oh, she went for that 9 ball. Okay. She really went for that 9 ball. That kind of surprises me. Julie doesn't usually do that kind of stuff, so interesting. So Val's got an opportunity to take the 4 up table and get back down here for the 6. Go, 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 go. Wonder if she'll take that magic rack off the table. I don't think she worries about this kind of stuff. I think the other thing is she's not going to baby this 6. Sometimes if you baby balls with a magic rack, it has the opportunity to change the trajectory. But she's gonna actually, they're gonna try to work together to get that. Oh, she's gonna go get a ref to get the magic rack off the table. So there we have it. All right, looks like Kimber Sexton might have gotten a game there with Rebecca, so it's now 4-2 in a race to 6. Again, you can find scores and brackets at www.scoresaloon.com. Your door to the score. All right, so we have the magic rack off the table, and Val is going to try to cut the 6-ball into the corner pocket. Pulls her glasses down to look at it, and then relines up at the head of the table. She's a little bit stretched out here. This might cause some problems in terms of controlling her cue stick and her speed. I'm learning that I need to not stretch over the table. Good job on the 6-ball. Did run into the 9, and it's not going to complicate her 7. And she has the angle on the 7 to get a pretty decent shape on the 9. So good speed. Good speed. And Val nails that 9-ball, so she goes up 2-0 over Julie Valdez. Again, we are coming to you live from the Cue Ball in Salem, Oregon. This is Rail2Rail Productions. I am Ann Bounds. And we want to thank you guys for joining us. It looks like Julie is going to take a little bit of a break, so that gives me an opportunity to actually ask another trivia question. So as soon as I get it all ready to go here, I will flash up another trivia question for you guys. Okay. All right, here's our question. When was the last time the U.S. won the Mosconi Cup? When was the last time the U.S. won the Mosconi Cup? Be the first person to answer that question correctly in our chat room, and you will receive an entry into our drawing for a Ernie Amori cue. This cue has, it's made of Gabon ebony. It's got Ernie's latest and greatest low deflection shaft, which, being someone who doesn't always aim correctly, I can tell you that it's a wonderful cue to play with. These cues are center weighted. They are absolutely gorgeous no wrap cues that they're center weighted, like I said, so it really is a lot easier to play with them. So yeah. All right, so since Julie's taken a little bit of a break, let's turn the camera over and we can see Rebecca Slider is playing Kimber Sexton, and then just beyond that we have Terry Klasik playing Rachel Keller. And then just beyond that is Fran Johnson playing Claudia Hoyt. So those are the matches that we have that we can see here at the moment. So yeah. Oh, looks like we have answers already. Yes, Sumesh, you have the correct answer of 2009. Way to go, Sumesh. You are entered into the drawing for Ernie Morique. Oh, Sumesh, you are doing things that you're providing more information than I asked for. And you absolutely run the risk of making me not want to give you your entry. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right, looks like Julie is coming back. So let me get this and this all in a roll here. I want this. Come on, baby, open up. All right, so Julie is back, and I should actually do this because Val is not really commentating her own match here. There, that's better. All right, so there we go. Oops, shit. I forgot I gave them a tablet. I probably just screwed something up there. Smash Adrienne is actually in the back room here. She is playing in this tournament. And why am I being eyed, brain? What did I do? What did I say? Oh, about not giving him entries? Is that what you're giving me a hard time about? This is the one event, and all the NWPA tour is the one event that Adrienne always plays, even though we stream it. So it's just it's always been Adrienne's dream to be on the Pro Tour, and the vehicle for doing that is playing in the NWPA events. And so it's, just kind of an unwritten understanding with the two of us that she always plays these events. Usually some of the girls come in and help me with commentating. It has not been the case today. But, that is what it is. It's just kind of, I shouldn't say I let her. It's important that she gets to play in these events. And so, it's not important to me to be on the Pro Tour. I really have no desire. So I could care less. And I will tell her, good luck, Samesh. So, yeah. Nice shot by Val. Julie rattled that 5 ball, unfortunately. So, ooh, missed it. Missed it entirely. So that's giving Julie ball in hand. So if Julie can pocket this 6 ball and maybe put some draw on it to draw up table for the 7, she might have to play the rails to get back down to the 8. But she's looking at where that 7 ball is and where she needs to be to pocket that. Nice job by Julie. She's gotten back up table. Boy, she's going to have to muscle this to get it back down to the 8 unless she puts some draw on it. And comes back just on the other side of the 9. But she's using, there we go. Bump the 9? Nope, she's going to get right on top of the 8. Wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's 2. And just so you know, Sumesh, Adrienne is currently trailing Cindy Doty by a score of 5-4 in a race to 7. All the matches underway right now are B-side matches except for that Adrienne and Cindy match. Although I think Patricia and Jana are playing, so but they don't have a tablet, so I don't have a score update on them. Although I thought they had a tablet, and it looks like Kimber Sexton just tied the match up between her and Rebecca at 4. So Julie just let Val know that she was on 2. Again, 3-foul rule is in effect in this tournament, so you got to be careful about that. You're welcome. I know everybody cares about Adrienne. Nobody cares about me. Just kidding. All right, so Julie gets that 1 ball, that 9 ball to drop, so she has 1. She's trailing 2-1. This is a race to 6. All right, Julie's getting ready to break. So we'll come back over here. She is trailing 2-1. It's a good break by Julie, except for the fact that she scratched. All right, I'm back. Oh, what a crack up. Well, hello, Mr. Hefgas.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Excellent. I'm doing fine. Just fine and dandy. So, we are here at the cue ball. We have Val Franiel and Julie Valdez. Val is up 2-1. So, I see you getting some practice in on the table over there. Are you going to be playing Liz on that table over there?
I don't know who I'm. Oh, wait, no. I'm
Oh.
playing Natasha.
Oh, okay. Yeah. She's doesn't play much anymore. She's got like a 10-year-old kid or something like that. So she is kind of busy with that, and she generally only plays the Salem stop, maybe the Forest Grove stop.
Okay.
Yeah. Feels like things are cooking right along.
Feels that way to me, but
You know.
they still seem a little worried about a very late night.
Yeah. All right, so Julie is, I think, setting up for a carom on that 5, or maybe just a straight bank on the 2. Or a safe. Looky there. I always forget that safe option, you know.
Not your go-to.
It's not. No, it is not. Which is why it's always surprising to people when I pull out a safe. Because they don't know I have it in me. Yep. Oh, looky there. That was almost a great shot by Val. I want to apologize to all of the Americans out there. We have had 2 Canadians on the stream table in a row. Just kidding.
Harsh.
I know, I am harsh. I love me, my Canadians. They're fun peeps.
This table was a little challenging.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard some comments about the tables. It's, you know, they maintain them very well, and the pockets are cavernous, but they do have their quirks.
Yeah, this one's particularly quirky.
Mm-hmm.
Rebecca and I both laughed quite a few times.
Yeah.
We're not expecting the cue ball to react the way it did.
Yeah, I was playing a little bit on the table to the left last night, and I noticed coming off the rails, the balls have a tendency to just die.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little bit of a challenge.
You definitely can't force follow and expect it to do anything.
No.
It just absorbs it.
Yep.
And the trick is just remembering which table has which dead rails. You can figure that out. And remember, you're golden.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you know, people complain about equipment a lot, but, you know, everybody plays on the same stuff. So, you know, everybody has the same challenges. And
It's an equalizer.
yeah, it really is. So. Yeah, I was updating some scores, and Chris was saying that he's going to start moving everybody into the front room and not be using the back room, so except for maybe 1 or 2 tables.
Why is that?
Because they're getting down to the point where they don't need the back room.
Oh, okay.
So
That seems promising time-wise.
it does seem promising. I know it's only like 3:30, so
I had about 3 hours to kill. So I went to a place called Coin Jam, about a half mile from here.
yeah.
It's an arcade
Yeah, I
restaurant.
saw it. I
It's
saw it on
very
the way in.
fun.
Yeah.
I highly recommend it.
What kind of pinball machines do they have?
I didn't look, actually.
Oh.
There was a soccer game on TV that I watched, but I
okay.
kind of want to go back after my next match, assuming I win and I'm done for the day.
Yeah.
Go back and hang out and have a beer.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Hi, Cassie. How are you? Sorry you couldn't make it down here this weekend. Hope you're feeling better.
Hi, Cassie. Is she sick?
Yeah. Yeah. We were all supposed to be sharing a house, and then she ended up not being able to come down. The house is great, by the way. We get to the house yesterday, and Adrienne turns on the heat and turns on the little fireplace.
Makes it cozy.
Oh, it was actually pretty hot in the house. She was out in the kitchen, and I finally turned off the little fireplace, and she comes in the living room. She's like, "You turned off the fireplace?" I said, "Yeah, it's a little warm in here." She goes, "Okay."
Is she a cold-natured person?
She was yesterday, so. Okay, Val is lining up her shot. It cracks me up that she has to pull her glasses down to line up the shot and then put her glasses back up. That's hilarious. Uncomfortable shooting position coming off the rail. And that doesn't quite make the 7 ball, but leaves it long for Julie, just kind of trading places with the 7 in the queue.
Yeah, it's very challenging to play with glasses.
Yeah.
I wore glasses when I started playing. I switched to contacts, though.
I've gotten used to it. But you do have to get down on your shot a little bit different.
Yeah. I was finding that I was moving my head too much because I'm just to see the back pockets, the top of the frames would block my view. And you move your head, and usually something else will move along with it, whether you want it to or not.
Yeah. There's a guy that plays in our APA league that had some glasses specially made so that the frames come in underneath
Oh, nice.
a little bit, and the bows, and so it sets the glasses part sets up higher on his face, and he doesn't have that problem. And they're frameless, so he doesn't have the frame getting in his way
smart,
either.
yeah.
So yeah.
And one of these days I'm debating on getting some Karen Core glasses and
The big ones.
give up the contacts because I don't care for wearing them. So is that the YouTube stream, your chat that you're typing in?
This is actually the Ustream.
Okay. Is my boyfriend Ramil online?
Your boyfriend Ramil is actually playing in a Scotch doubles qualifier up in Seattle. So he opted
Had more
for
important
that
things to
over
do.
you.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. Just as long as
My feelings would be hurt if he didn't play.
Well, okay. He'll probably check in later.
Good.
So depending on, I have no idea. I haven't heard from him at all about how they're doing. So
Hopefully that's a good sign.
yeah. He wanted Adrienne to play with him, and I said, excuse me, we will be in Salem. That will not be happening.
Yeah, tough when you have mixed Scotch doubles the same weekend as a women's tour stop.
Yeah. Oops, wrong person. Chris should really coordinate where he puts the name tags to match up with where they are in the Score Saloon player match listing, so I don't have to keep switching back and forth. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Nice shot by Val.
He's got nothing better to do. Come on.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm jonesing for the snooker table. I'm going to have to play before I leave.
Cassie, she's like, sweet, I found the chat. I work in the tech industry and it took me this long to figure it out. That's not a good sign. Sumesh Ramil is playing with Gloria Vila. So Val has gone up 3-1 over Julie. Got to do it there too. So if you're interested in current brackets, you can find those at www.scoresaloon.com. Your door to the score. And so much more.
Is that so?
Yeah. Would I lie to you? Don't answer that
Probably.
question. You're probably right.
I don't see why you wouldn't.
Well, you know. Because I'm an honest person, for crying out loud.
Oh, sorry.
Man, oh man, a Shevitz. Just because I can't be trusted to not give people a hard time doesn't mean anything. Nice. Val gets a ball in the break.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
Is there a reason why you're streaming on that table this year, not this table? 'Cause last year you had it opposite.
No, last year we were doing this at this. I'm pretty sure.
Sure.
Yeah. I think the last 3 years we've done it this way.
I may have a DVD that I bought from you that prove you wrong.
Maybe. You might. You never know. The very first time I came down here, we set up on that table and streamed this table, and then I don't honestly remember why we switched to this table, but I think the reason why is the outlet that's over there was wonky, but we ended up having to plug in over there anyway today because the outlet behind us isn't working. So go figure. All right, well, let's see what Julie does here. What would you do besides make the one?
Make it one. Is there any other option?
Not really. Whoa, cue ball.
I'm assuming she's going to play a safe here. Tuck the cue ball. I think she was trying to make it. Not sure.
Warner said, Anne is never, 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 ever wrong. Thank you, Warner, but I know that's a lie. I am often wrong. Julie's got a real tough shot here on this 2-ball. Bridging off the rail is never comfortable. Bump on the 3? Nope, just missed the 3. Would have been nice for her to get that 3 off the rail a tad. Although, I think having it on the rail makes the 3-8 combo a little easier.
Yeah. I think the 8's sitting in a nice spot. I think it's basically a hanger.
Yeah, she just has to hit it. Rolled off a little bit, but went okay. Is she going to scratch? Okay, good. She caught the bottom rail there. So she's got a little bit of a back cut on the 3, which should get her off that side rail and back over for the 4. And then the same kind of shot maybe for the 5. Good job. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Julie should have the out here.
She locked herself on the right side of the 7 because that back rail is dead. So if she tried to get any action off it, she'd probably end up leaving herself on the rail. Cassie says, wow, a lot of players this year. Are they going to get through all but the final 6 before tomorrow? Chris's original goal was to kind of try to get to the final 6 if play moves along swiftly enough. But players kept coming out of the woodwork for this event. So I'm really not sure. I think the best he's going to hope for right now is to get down to the final 8. And then Cassie says she remembers the tables there. So many rails are dead. It's a challenge, and that is very true. Very true. So Julie got another game. So it is now 3-2. Val Franiel up over Julie Valdez. These are races to 6 on the B side. There was a little bit of a discussion to try to help the tournament to change the races. Traditionally, the NWPA does a 7 and 6 race, A and B side. Chris was floating the idea to do a 6-5, and the board members were like, we're more interested in doing a 7-5 than a 6-5, but everybody finally decided on the traditional 7-6. So, it's just a matter of the girls not lollygagging in between matches and getting the score sheets up to Chris in a timely manner, and so he can figure out what tables to use. The hard part about that is if you're playing here in the back of the room, you have to weave your way through a whole bunch of tables trying to not interrupt somebody's shot. So it does take a little bit of time to get all of your accoutrement together, and then... Yeah, actually, even just in the middle of matches, you have, like when I was playing over here, I had 3 other tables with matches where I had to wait even to get down on a shot.
Yeah.
Slow things down a little bit.
Yeah, sure does. It is, as you can see from when I switched to the other camera view, it's not a cavernous room. These tables are very close together, so there's just enough room between them to get down on a shot from when you're on the side rails. And even then, yesterday with my stance, I was butt up against the table behind me, so Okay. Fran and Claudia do have a tablet, but I don't think they're using it. And Terry and Rachel do not. Neither do Rebecca and. But if you want to put them all, Yeah, put it on the side first because I can't really see them. Joyce and Michelle have a tablet. Warner, if I put juju on you, that juju voodoo juju stays on you. There's no getting rid of it. So
You can't wash it off.
can't wash it off. You can't hex it off. Nothing like that. It stays. It's permanent. So don't ever, ever, ever put yourself in a position where I want to put voodoo juju on you.
I don't believe in voodoo and juju.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
I am that powerful.
That could come in handy.
You have been forewarned. Oh, that's funny. Sometimes I wish I had that kind of power. That's right, Warner. You are cursed for life. Okay, so Val has left herself straight on this 5 ball. The 6 ball is on the left rail behind the 8. The 7's in the middle of the table.
And that rail up there is the dead rail.
Yeah.
So she may end up having to swing a little harder than she may want.
Right. And then you run the risk of hitting the back of the pocket and having it spit it back out.
These tables draw really well.
Yeah, they
They
do.
draw like 74 rails pretty easily. So I'd probably
Not
just try-
75?
No, not quite. I mean, don't be greedy.
Okay. You know, you're just taking away all my fun.
Sorry. I forgot you had a 75 rail minimum.
That's right. Some people have a 2-drink minimum. I have a 75 rail minimum. So, which do you find more satisfying as an accomplished player? Tables that play perfectly, or tables that have some challenges to them?
What do I find more satisfying?
Yeah,
Tables that play perfectly, but
Okay, but if
they're
you
rare.
can overcome those challenges, isn't that a little bit more gratifying in some ways?
Well, give me the scenario. Am I playing in a tournament or am I practicing?
Playing in a tournament. Would
Oh,
you
I
just
always
rather
have
have
tables that are
perfect
perfect.
tables?
Of course.
Okay.
I don't complain often about tables when they're
Right.
funky, but if you're asking me for my ideal situation, yeah, I'll take a perfect table any day.
Okay. Cassie says Dan Louis' advice is just play the entire match avoiding all the rails.
That's basically what I was trying to do. It doesn't work very well.
I guess my thought about it is I am not as accomplished as you are at playing pool. You know, you are a much better player than I am. So, and I freely admit that I'm basically a hack. But I think where was I going to go with this? Because I don't really know that perfect tables really exist. All tables are going to have some sort of quirks to them, right?
Right.
So, why just be like, I gotta have a perfect table? Just, let it hang loose and,
Yeah. And
However,
even if the table is perfect, then you can also start complaining about the balls or
Yeah.
your tip or
Yeah.
the weather, the humidity level, and things like that. I think it's good to be accustomed to adjusting according to the
Yeah.
equipment. I
Yeah.
think you have to. If you don't, then
right.
you're going to struggle. But
Yeah. I can see where having dead rails, if you're a player that you know, because we've talked about this on our stream. Some players don't play rails. You know, they're shy. They're kind of camera shy about rails because you never know when you have those dead rails. So they do try to not play the rails. But there are other players that, yeah, rail game is their game. You know, and if you're having dead rails and you're playing in a room that has, you know, if you play rails and you have a lot of dead rails, that could really hamper your results.
Yeah, I think even if you're not one to use the rails excessively for getting shape, it still comes up. You know, you still may need to bank occasionally, or you know, like the force follow. I think is a shot that a lot of people use, especially to get across the table,
Yeah.
the long route. But
Yeah.
if I had to pick one thing that if I never had to play on a table with a dead rail again, I wouldn't be angry.
I see. Yeah. Yeah.
It's probably my least
yeah.
favorite flaw. of
Yeah,
the table.
dead rails I think give me more fits than anything else.
Because you can do everything right, and
Yes.
it just laughs at you.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. That would be the hardest thing
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
adjust for. I
Not
think.
every table is perfectly level, and some
Right.
pocket shims are a little strange, and they'll reject balls, and those are things you just get used to. But dead rails, it's
makes it tough.
it's a strange thing.
All right, so Val goes up 4-2 over Julie in this race to 6. I'm sorry. Let's see here. Chris Robbins says, doesn't have to be perfect, but you want to know when you hit something that it is going to react as it should, whether it be the roll or off the rail. Yeah, I agree. I think the fun part too is when tables get little divots in them, you know, and then you clearly see the ball going, and then it juts off in a different direction, or it's coming to a stop and it just goes, and you know, get that little curve to the end of the roll, and you're like, yeah, it would have been perfect if you hadn't hit that divot. So.
Yeah, you know, I don't even mind so much when that kind of thing happens, or if a table isn't perfectly level. For some reason, it doesn't bother me so much, but maybe because I played golf for a lot longer than I played pool, and so I'm used to reading the green.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
It's kind of fun. Plus,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to change in
Right.
the middle of your match. You can kind of figure out, oh, okay, it's a little off here, and adjust accordingly.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. It's funny how golf and pool coincide so much. I forget which tables I have tablets on and which tables I don't. Julie's trying to hide that cue ball behind the 4 and the 8. I think she did a successful job for that. Val might have an edge in that one ball, actually. Oh, good stroke. Nice effort. Julie's hoping she got enough of a bump of that 4 ball to still be able to see the 1. I am not sure she can.
She, I think, can go rail first, if nothing else.
Okay.
And the dead rails don't mind this kind of shot. It's you're not impacting,
Right.
Or, you know, like forcing into it.
Right. So Julie is contemplating the meaning of the universe. I looked up to see Val over there trying really hard not to cough while Julie was down in her shot. She's over there going like she's having the
That's
vapors.
the worst, or when you're about to sneeze.
Oh God, yes. Well, Pool Whiz, it would have been nice for you to have been here as well. 36 players is a good turnout. Adrienne says hi to everybody. Sumesh says good luck. I saw that. Just caught the point of the pocket there. Just going to get that 2 ball behind the 7. Make Julie play the rails here.
The dead rail.
Is that so? Should we call it the zombie rail?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll call it the zombie.
I was calling
rail.
it the funhouse rail.
The funhouse rail.
earlier.
Okay. It's a good hit. Okay, that's the 5 up there above the 7. She's got to come off that side rail and get back up table. Nicely done. She's going to get up above the 5. I think that's what she was planning. A little bit of a back cut on the 5. She would have liked for that to come off that rail a little bit more, I think. Would you be aggressive here, try to make the 5, or would you figure out a safe to play?
I'm trying to figure out. I think she could roll up the 5 past the 7 and lock the cube behind the 7, but the felt is a little squirrely.
Right.
I was having trouble with pinpoint precision with the cue ball.
Yep.
So I'd probably do what she just did.
Yeah.
I think she also had the cut in the right side pocket as well. She could have done, but whatever you feel more confident doing, I guess. She definitely got the shape on the 7.
It's going to be a tough cut on the side for Julie. Adrienne, do you want to put this tablet on that table? You'd have to get a stand out of the bag for it. Question is, did she get up enough to see enough of that 8 to cut it into the corner?
I think she did, yeah.
Nice job. We could be looking at a 4-3 match here.
Nice out.
All right, so Julie goes up 4-3. So you gonna go to Jake's tonight, or you gonna go
I'm
get
gonna
some
go
rest?
home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, because you're driving home.
Mm-hmm.
How's the missus?
She's lovely. I assume she's at home with my dog right now. She was planning on coming, and but we had tickets to the soccer game, so I was like, you'd probably have more fun doing that
Probably would
than
have more fun than
hanging out in a
out
pool
here.
hall that doesn't have food or drink.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, but she'll be at Forest Grove.
That'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
That's not far from you.
Nope, 30,
So-
35 minutes, I think. I remember having a lot of fun at that place last year.
I like it. It's a fun little place.
I don't remember everything about it. That was back when I drank and played at the same time.
It's amazing how that can change your whole perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tables at Forest Grove, there is 3-7, I think.
A few, huh? I couldn't remember at all.
Yeah, it's either 7 or 8. I know it's I think I want to say 7 because the race is always 6-5 there because of the number of tables. They actually have less tables than what the NWPA usually requires.
Mm-hmm.
But because it's the girls have so much fun over there, and it's such it gives us another Oregon stop. They
Mm-hmm.
the board opted to just change the race so that they could have that second Oregon stop.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And the room really wanted to have, a stop there, so. We've tried a couple of times for Sam's, and they just haven't really been interested.
Yeah, Liz was saying she was talking to them.
That was a nice save by Julie.
I thought that it was a possibility. But the concern I was hearing was that there isn't affordable hotels nearby. So it might be a problem, but I don't know.
Yeah. okay, Chris, you set up a room in Medford for them to have a tour stop in, and I'm sure we could get 1 or 2 girls to drive all the way down there. I'm just kidding.
I'd be there.
Of course you would. You're a junkie. We like that.
I'm dedicated.
Mm-hmm. I was talking to Angie Williams, who runs the Midwest Ladies Regional Tour.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio, Michigan, Tennessee, Kentucky. They do those, and I was asking her how far the average drive was for most of her girls, and she said it's at least 4 hours for most of them.
Wow.
And but they were getting more participation than the NWPA was, and I thought, well, it's kind of interesting. So, different times, but hard to. So looking at the bracket board, we have one A-side match to play to get down to the final 8. And then on the B side, we are at 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. We are in the round of 16. We got 2 matches that we need to complete to finish the round of 16 for the B side.
You said only one match left on the A side?
Yeah, I don't know if they've played it or not, but as far as Score Saloon is concerned, Jana Montour and Patricia Tipton doesn't have a result.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if they've played it, or I think they were playing in the back room and didn't have a tablet, so I don't know what the result was.
Okay.
But Jana's sitting over there, and I see Patricia standing around, so I'm just not sure what the result was there. So they
I
could
would
have played it,
assume they
and
played.
I'm pretty sure they've played it, and it just hasn't been, since they didn't have a tablet, it just hasn't been updated.
Yeah, because I know that Patricia was waiting for her second match to start when I had already finished my second match.
Yeah.
I think it was just a table assignment issue. So, and that was like 3 hours ago. So.
Yeah. So when I get a break, I will try to go see what the result of that is. But the winner of that plays Marion Poole. And then the rest of the A side is Kim Jones going to be playing Suzanne Smith, Cindy Doty playing Liz Cole, and Natasha Hook and Stephanie Hefner. I think it's the point in the day where our internet gets wonky.